YouTube. All right. Let me double check the YouTube to make sure that that stream is also healthy and happy. Oh, there it is. Right. All right, perfect. Perfect. Okay. Let me put this on the appropriate social medias. Let some folk roll on in. Okay. Playing Campaign Evolved. Discussing the remake and what kind of videos I plan for it. There we go. What it does well, not so well. Alrighty. Okay, YouTube link will go down there. Okay, and then Twitch will go right there. Okay, and then Twitch will go right there. Perfect. Gamer? Hey, I'm here. Gotta say my own positive bias opinion. I really love the remake. 10 out of 10. My own positive bias opinion. My only feedback is that I wish the end of Heavy Burden had some challenge to it and wasn't short. Other than that, it's a definitive recommendation to anyone who wants to get into Halo, says Woodgrump. That's a bit of positivity, and I'm sure there are folk that appreciate that. There's doesn't seem like there's a lot of vocal positive voices about the remake, but I also know that the internet tends to kind of blow things out of proportion a little bit, even when criticism is warranted. It kind of gets drowned out by the not so warranted criticism. Campaign Evolved is wrecking havoc on the Halo subreddits. I know, it's like, yeah, that's a very good way to put it. It is wrecking havoc. It's like a weather event that just like happened. It's like Halo subreddit decimated after shock release of Campaign Evolved. Survivors reaching out to loved ones. Here are GoFundMes to help support the cleanup efforts. It's like, guys, it's just a remake. It's okay if you don't like it. Combat Evolve remake is overhated and not that bad. I agree. It's there are people that do not like the remake. For creative reasons, for gameplay reasons. Then there are people that like live on Mars, you know? Insane refresh pool, love your stuff. Hey, I appreciate it. I appreciate you saying that. That's very nice. Welcome to the stream. The only thing I don't like is the voice direction. Everything else I found to be pretty awesome. And it felt new, like it wasn't just a complete reskin. Reused assets aside, it's a very beautiful game. It is a very beautiful game. I don't think reused assets make it not a pretty game. I do, though, wish that it was perhaps a little bit more creative, I guess, as a remake. I feel like they did not take advantage of the fact that they were remaking Halo 1 to make it a very faithful remake. It felt like a modernization of Halo 1, if that makes sense. Like using modern Halo branding elements, iconography, and evergreen designs, and kind of retroactively applying those to the original Halo. And I sort of wish that the remake didn't take itself so brand seriously, if that makes sense, and instead focused more on remaking the game rather than like this period in the plot of the Halo series, and trying to reconcile all those different elements that don't make a lot of sense because it was the early days of the franchise. I'm like, no, screw that, screw the lore, screw everything, make it feel like the original video game has been remade. That's just the direction I would have gone in, though. Hey man, the hate for Campaign Evolved is blown way out of proportion. It definitely has its problems, but it's still fun. Love the recent video. Yeah. See, here's the nice thing. Halo happens to be fun, even at its weakest. And Halo Reach is fun, and this game is built off the bones of Halo Reach. So, it is still fun. My real disappointment is just why remake CE at the end of the day, and then I look at Gears E-Day, their beta is popping off, and Horde Siege is well received, and it's innovative and new. Yeah, I'd love to know what the plan was, you know? Here, we'll do the prequel missions. What do you think? You can see I've gotten almost all of the skulls. We'll also do speed limit. Speed limit and enemies have increased awareness of the player. Huge agree on the remake leaning on the Halo as a brand too much. Yeah, they weren't tricking anybody. Like, they weren't trying to fool anyone. They were very upfront and honest about, like, that's the goal of this remake, is we want to kind of we want to juggle being faithful to the original game and also modernizing it and reconciling it with the lore, the 25 years of the Halo franchise existing, as well as trying to establish this like new evergreen art style for the franchise. And I think it mostly is able to accomplish that. Like, it is not like this train wreck, you know? Like, if going forward future Halo games kept looking like this, maybe not the technical aspects of it, maybe not the specific way they do reflections, but these designs, these general looks for things, then it's like, okay, yeah, this is cool. It feels like a modern Halo game that is inspired by Halo to me. That's the way that I would put it. One of the core criticisms I've seen from... Oh, the game is a bit loud. Okay. There we go. Hopefully this is good. Here, we will do... I think I've also got the dialogue off. There we go. If you guys are curious, these are usually the audio settings that I run with. I run gameplay effects to 4 because I feel like the remake, it's got that it's kind of like a symptom, I guess, of like the way that like the modern Halo games do their sound effects, where guns are treated more as guns rather than ingredients within the audio spectrum. So guns, obviously, when you shoot them, they're going to be loud, they're going to be overpowering. The problem is everybody has a gun, including the aliens. So when firefights start happening, the audio spectrum gets overwhelmed by the sound of gunfire. And in the older Halo games, audio was treated more, as individual pieces within the overall soundscape. So even though guns were going off, the voices of the creatures could still be heard well over the gunfire with the way that it was mixed. And I don't think that balance is really struck in like modern Halo games. It's very hard to hear what the Covenant are saying, the silly things they're saying when you've got like your battle rifle rattling off in your ear. That might just be me, though. I know some folk prefer the more, like, realistic sound design. Will you be watching the Heckin' Coolerino GTA 6 gameplay on Netflix? No, I can't say that I will. I've always been more of a Red Dead Redemption fan, personally. Hang on. My controls are... There we go. Much better. Okay. I love how the Jackal pushes the grunt in front of him before fleeing. There's another little detail. That grunt, you can see him bullying the grunt earlier. Like, that little grunt is his, like... Okay, so the cutscenes, they're not, they're rushed. They're not very good. They're not very polished. But there is intention behind them. And it's very frustrating because they are so good conceptually, and they were not given the time to get to the finish line. They were clearly released too early, and now that idea can't be repeated, because it's a good idea. That Jackal, hang on, you know what? I want you guys to watch, okay? That Jackal is the hot shit. He thinks he's the cool shit. He is, like, standing around with his hands behind his back. He thinks he's the big boss. It's clearly not him, though. It's that Pope Grunt guy. And if you look in the background, you can see that Jackal bullying that specific Grunt. Like, ordering him to be next to him. Like, it's his assistant or something, like you can just see him like yelling and ordering at that Grunt to stand next to him. And then the second Master Chief shows up, that Jackal shoves his Grunt buddy in front of him and runs. I mean, it doesn't, the humor doesn't work quite as well because, they're all clearly mo-capped and they kind of look like guys in mascot costumes. But it's like, oh man, like the Grunt Jackal humor is back. Look, there he is. That's the Jackal. See, he thinks he's the hot shit. He's standing above everyone else. It's clearly not him, though. It's that Pope Grunt who looks tired with the whole thing. Oh, never mind. they're down there. Okay, never mind. No, look, see, there he is. He's ordering that Grunt to stand next to him. Okay, so never mind the Jackal and the Grunt before. Question, has Halo Studios commented on why consoles have local co-op and PC does not? It's down to some bullshit, like, rules about how guest accounts can work on Xbox Live and the Xbox side of things. And PC, oh my God, I wish I remember the explanation. I asked somebody about that a while ago. When, I was part of the Forerunner group for Halo Infinite. I was asking why not, like, split screen for PC. And somebody actually explained it, a dev who was very upset because he also wanted to add split screen to Halo Infinite for PC, but quite literally could not due to the rules Microsoft has in place regarding how its guest accounts work and stuff. Yeah, it's very bullshit. It's very, very bullshit. Yes, conceptually it's very Bungie humor. It's just executed so badly. It sucks even saying that it was executed badly, because it feels like it didn't even get a chance to be executed on, if that makes sense. Like, it's so clearly not finished. So clearly not finished. Like months away from being complete, most of these cutscenes.
Couldn't save any from me, could you? Been a while since I gotta take old.
It looks like previs. It does kind of look like previs, doesn't it? It's like, yeah, like they've got the bones of the scene in place, and they're still working on the edit. You know, hacking away at it, getting rid of awkward moments and stuff. But then somebody comes in and just says, like, no, we got to ship that version. Stop the edit, get the missing effects in there, clean this up as best as we can. And it's just, like, clearly not ready. It's funny because Halo Studios, they accidentally left pre-release versions of the cutscenes. I'm not sure how far away from release they were, but in one of the early builds of Campaign Evolved, they accidentally left them all in the files. And if you look at them, which, you know, I did, I'm a curious Conrad, these prequel missions are basically it. Like, the early pre-release version of the cutscenes, there's like no difference. The only difference is layers of textures and material and effects are missing, but the animations, the pacing, it's all in place, which means that these were hella rushed. That it's just like they just did not have time to get like any polishing work done. It's the main campaign are the ones where the pre-release cutscenes are like, some of them are crazy unfinished, and they're a lot more awkward than the ones that shipped with the game because they were still in the process of editing them and cutting down fat. Damn, this doesn't seem very late night, does it? Well, I guess it's kind of like early in the evening, I guess. Ooh, hang on. My biggest gripe is the cutscene pacing, with certain scenes not flowing well, and it feels awkward at times. The prequel ones flow a bit better. Yeah, maybe, because they have like the benefit of being original, where the old cutscenes they had, or the original cutscenes had to kind of not the original. The base game cutscenes had to kind of conform to, they had to conform to, like, the script, you know, and the general layout of the scenes from the original game. And, you know, awkwardly try to add some of the cut bits or, you know, elements from the Bungie storyboards that I think, you know, obviously, some of them were not done due to technical as well as time constraints, but some of them were honestly probably not done due to pacing reasons. And adding them back in kind of highlights maybe why they were cut. Not to mention the assault rifle sounds in the remake cutscenes are the old sound from the earlier build. Are they? I'll have to listen, because the cutscene does not have, like, its sound effects stored. Like, the cutscenes are all MP4 files, and I don't think that the sounds are actually part of those MP4 files. I think they're actually pulled from the game. That's why you can, like, mute, you know, music, voices and stuff in the cutscenes. Love me some Western games. Yeah. I hope we get to have a Red Dead Redemption 3 at some point. What is your opinion on motion blur in games? Personally, I feel it works in older 360 era games, but not in modern ones. Like Campaign Evolved looks really bad to me with motion blur on. I think it depends on the type of motion blur. Even back on the 360, motion blur was a bit hit or miss. Some games did it very, very well. Bungie, I think, was one of the few devs actually back on the 360 that like understood how to use motion blur tastefully. The blur that people do not like on Halo Reach was not actually the motion blur. That was temporal anti-aliasing. Halo Reach used the same motion blur that Halo 3 used. It was just like done in a slightly different way. So the edges of the screen are the only thing that's blurred, with the area around your crosshair and the center of the screen being clear. There's a type of motion blur, per pixel motion blur, where it's not a post-processing effect. Like, it's done on a per pixel level. You know, like, okay, let's do this. Look at the barrel of my shotgun. Do you see how it's like, whoa, whoa? Like, you can see weird distortions and kind of like weird break-up-y, glitchy bits. That's because it's not like a real motion blur. It's like this filter. And so it's kind of bugging around the weapon because it doesn't quite know how to blur the things that are obscured by the weapon, so you see some like artifacting. Per pixel motion blur would not have that problem. Everything would be treated equally, and as a result, it looks very smooth. Way smoother than any motion blur you've probably ever seen in a game. If you have the re-release of Dead Rising 1, not the remake that was done, or the remaster, or whatever they're calling it, like the $20 re-release that they did in like 2014 or 2015, something like that. That game uses per pixel motion blur, and it looks so smooth, so buttery smooth. Vector-based motion blur, yeah. Aye. Skill-based motion blur. In my experience, motion blur was used to hide the disparity between the high-quality first models and the environment the player was in. No, it's definitely done for an artistic reason. It's done for an artistic reason. It's meant to make it look more filmic, meant to give it more of an aesthetic, give motion a little bit more energy and aggression to it. Like the new Doom games, I play them with the motion blur on because I think they look ridiculous if you turn off the motion blur. Like when you're like killing a demon, it looks like, I don't know how to describe it. It looks like Nickelodeon or something when there's no motion blur because of how just like clean it is. When you have the motion blur on, it looks a lot more filmic and aggressive. There's like intensity behind like the punches and like pulling out intestines and stuff. Especially for those glory kills. Campaign Evolved, though, I think is a game where the motion blur, it works really well at super high frame rates. It looks very good, but it also has like a lot of that artifacting. Some of that cleans up when you turn on frame generation as well as like DLSS, but then you lose a little bit of sharpness. So it's a mixed bag, and I feel like on console at least, I finally like tried out the remake on console, and I was sort of like appalled at the quality of it. Like I thought it was fucking miserable to play on the Xbox Series X. And I think the motion blur does not look good on Series X, nor does the frame rate, nor does the ghosting. The game looks really bad. Sean W. gave this as a 4 out of 10. 4 out of 10? That's harsh. Man, the hunters are such a pain on Legendary. What you've got to do is you got to get close to them. Don't give them, like, that space where they can take aim at you and start firing their weapons. Hunters are dangerous the further away from you they are. You got to get close to them, because then they start trying to melee you, and that's when they're kind of, like, bumbling and slow, and that's where you have the advantage, because you're much faster than them. It's the Halo Infinite / Halo 5 style of hunter has trained folk to not get close to hunters either. And it's like, these are Halo Reach hunters. You can get close to them. You can dodge their melee attacks. Yeah, it's not a 4 out of 10, but I would definitely say it is like a B-. I think that's the rating I gave it on Warthog Radio. Halo 5 campaign versus the remake prequel missions. In terms of, like, fun, in terms, well, see, that's tough because the remake, these prequel missions only have 3 missions, you know? If I was to take, like, the best Halo 5 missions versus these prequel missions, I'd say these prequel missions. Like, polishing aside, I'm willing to give it a little bit of charity because I know that there was supposed to be more polished work, you know, for like AI behavior, bugs, and stuff like that. Conceptually, and even just like the act of playing them, this feels more fun to play to me. It feels a little bit more like, you know, why I enjoy playing Halo campaigns. The way that AI are also used. Like Johnson being this buddy that's following you around. This does feel like how Bungie designed their Halo games, you know? Is there theology in Halo? That's a good question. Is there theology in Halo? What do you guys think? I think there's a bit. I think it kind of comes with, you know, the territory of the game. It depends on the game. Because, like, obviously the different games are focused on different things narratively. Aside from some of the bugs and performance issues, Gears of E-Day multiplayer is really fun. I'm happy to see that folk are liking Gears of War E-Day. Gears of War E-Day does look like a ton of fun. Let's drop this down to, like, ultra performance. There we go. Apparently, this spiker, the animations for it look a lot better when you speed it up. Because, man, I think the spiker might have the worst set of animations in this game. It definitely, though, has, like, one of the coolest fucking gun designs in Halo. I love this look for the spiker. It looks so goddamn cool. I just wish that the animations were befitting. Oops. Why did the cutscene directors take dialogue originally written to be delivered over the course of seconds and make it eat up minutes? Snappy dialogue is delivered at a leisurely pace. That's my only problem. Yeah, it depends on the scene, because there are some scenes where breaking up the dialogue, I actually think, did serve a purpose, because so the original Halo, the tools that Bungie was working with for the cutscenes were, like, comically underdeveloped. Like, their ambition for the cutscenes could not be supported by the tool set that their engineers, if there were even multiple engineers, had built. Joe Staten's complained about that a lot, and that's why like Halo 2 kind of goes crazy, because finally they were able to build out some of those tools so that they could use. So a lot of like Combat Evolved, it's all about the voice work, to the point that it's almost it's all about the voice work. Animations can't really be relied on too much. Even like the act of a character handing another character an item, like that is something that is stonkingly difficult to do and takes up a lot of time. But now suddenly with, you know, modern technology, you have the ability to have the actors themselves, like their physical bodies, as well as the camera itself, be a bigger part of the storytelling. And so there are some scenes where they try to add the characters' bodies as well as the camera into the scene as a storytelling component. Sometimes it works, often it needed refinement. Like, I think that Halo 2 Anniversary kind of showed that Halo 2 was shot a lot more cinematically, so it was a very smooth transition into like photorealistic visuals, where the original Halo, you know, it's not really shot like anything, or it is shot like the world's most boring stage play if you were to actually recreate it with like real actors, if that makes sense. And yet I think Staten understood the pacing and agency in Halo 1 better than these new cutscenes. Yeah, he did. And there was the benefit of, we literally cannot add more nuanced body language or camera movements. So don't worry about nuance. Just be very kind of like big and over the top for everything. Like, there's this moment in the opening cutscene. In fact, here we'll go to it, where Captain Keyes, I don't like his characterization. Okay, let's just get that out of the way. I don't like his characterization in this remake. I think that they didn't really understand Captain Keyes as a character, and as a result, he is worse off because of it. But there is a moment that would not have been possible on the original, and it's when he is looking at the computer screen, and it's like the info readout of the Halo ring. You know, you get like that shot of it, and then it comes back to him, and you can see on his face, you could see the emotion in his eye, that he's dealing with like the Covenant attack, like he's dealing with his like crew panicking and stuff like that. And he's like, what the fuck is that? We're gonna, like, and he puts it to the back of his mind and returns to the immediate problem of the Covenant are about to board the Pillar Bottom and kill everyone. And it's this just insanely fast, subtle moment that would not have been possible with the original tool set. It would have been possible with Halo 2, because Halo 2 does have a lot of subtle character moments like that, but not Halo 1. Here, it's coming up right now.
We made a blind jump. How did they
get here first? The Covenant's ships have always been faster. As for tracking us all the way from Reach,
here it comes. You ready? Let's look at this. He leans in. The fucking ring. What the fuck is that? Look at him. Look, he can't think about it right now. Like, oh my god, a new problem. And he puts it to the back of his mind and walks back to the command bridge. He walks back to his like tactical readout station thing.
Isolated approach signatures for multiple CCS class battle groups. Make it 3 capital ships per group.
It's like, that's cool. That's like an example of like the modern technology benefiting the original cutscenes. Where was that a little bit slower than the original? Yeah, and it worked.
Everyone, sir?
And Cortana. Let's give our old friends a warm welcome.
I've already begun.
One thing I didn't know is that there is a certain metal piece at the rear of the Hunter. If you fire at it, it will... Yeah, I saw that. Was that in Halo? No, that wasn't in Halo Reach originally. Here's something that I'm like... Okay, I get it from a meta thing, which is Johnson's back. And he's smiling, because he's smiling at, like, you, the player, because he's back. But within the context of the story, why does he turn around and smile at nobody? It doesn't make a lot of sense within the context of the... It's fourth wall breaking in a way that I think is kind of awkward.
It is our job to finish what the Fly Boys started. When we meet the enemy, we will rip their skulls from their spines and toss them away laughing.
Look at this.
All right, Marines.
Okay, so he's got that goofy smile on his face. He's like, damn right I am. Okay, move it out, double time, and they're like hollering, woo, and he rolls his eyes. And the reason he rolls his eyes is because you are playing on easy or normal difficulty. If you play on heroic or legendary, he does not roll his eyes.
This is gonna be your lucky day.
There's like another awkward, like, why is he doing the camera like that? It's... And this is cool, you know? There's actually, some of this is repurposed from the original Bungie storyboards for the opening cutscene. I mean, obviously those are retcons from Halo 2, because by Halo 2 we actually saw what their boarding craft looks like. So they added those after the fact, which is all right. Lots of green lighting here. And they are against red walls because green contrasts against red. Green is an evil color. It's a sick color. There is a ominous green glow coming from within there. You don't see what they're firing at. I'm like, okay, I see the intentionality behind it. Johnson, I think, should have been firing. Because what they were trying to do was they were trying to hold on it for the music. And I think it was a mistake to just have Johnson kind of like zoning out or looking like he was zoning out. He should have been firing his weapon at them as well.
He's hot. Blowing the pins in 5.
But this is cool. So we don't know what Chief looks like. All we see is a hand. And nothing. We don't get to see what he looks like. And this is actually maintained up until you get to the bridge. Hang on. I'm going to do this again on heroic so that I can skip the tutorial. Because they also did something that was pretty damn cool that was part of the original Bungie storyboard that they ended up not doing. Which was the face of Master Chief, or like the look of him. You don't get a good look at him until he gets to the bridge.
Sorry for the quick thaw, Master Chief. Things are a little hectic right now.
Welcome back, sir. We'll have you battle-ready stat.
Vital signs look normal. No freezer burn.
Bridge to Cryo 2. This is Captain Keys. Send the master.
It only exists in Campaign Evolved. I'm guessing it was a compromise to explain why hunters instantly get one-shotted, or like a way to kind of
The skipper seems jumpy. We better get
a
moving.
way to kind of like retain that, you know.
Okay, I'll leave the self-diagnostics running.
Good idea. You'd better get to your evac group, Sam.
Affirmative.
Rebecca's using the hands on hips.
Oh God, they're trying to get through the door. Security.
Do you think they'll learn the right lessons from this and execute on 2 and 3 better? Absolutely, I think. If you want evidence of a team learning and executing better the second time around, Halo 2 Anniversary, you know? It was still Saber Interactive, but their experience doing Combat Evolved the Anniversary taught them a lot about Halo. And when it came time to do Halo 2, they locked the fuck in and they knew exactly what to do because they had learned everything from Halo 1. Now, with how Microsoft works and stuff, will the team be allowed to stay so that they can act on everything that they've learned from? Or will they all be fired, and will the new team be forced to learn the same lessons by fucking up Halo 2?
Covenant boarding craft.
Behind us! They're right behind us!
Alright, you wanna get? Show me what you got.
I hate to say it, but I feel like this might be the end of the line for Halo. We got a lackluster and bare-bones remake. What are your feelings overall about the franchise? Without a new studio, I'm not optimistic. I don't think it's the end of the line for Halo, man. I think that you're undervaluing the power of Halo as an IP. During some of the lull period, like there were times when Halo was making more money from its merchandise than it was game sales, because people really fucking like Halo. And what's really interesting actually is, so I just recorded the other night with Andrew the next episode of Warthog Radio, where we actually interview one of the project leads for Combat Evolved Anniversary. And he said something very interesting after we were done recording. He said basically, like, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of developers right now in the industry that are frothing at the mouth to do a Halo remake because they're all millennials and they didn't grow up playing Call of Duty. They grew up playing Halo because Halo was the big thing before Call of Duty. So they have nostalgia for Halo and they would kill to work on a Halo game. So there are going to be people that want to make new Halo stuff. And the brand itself is too valuable to ever shelve. Like, even, think of, like, okay, the release of Halo Infinite, when it was flopping, when everybody, you know, was moving on, you know, Fire 343 was trending. The Halo show came out, Master Cheeks, the, you know, memes and everything. What are they called? Like, action props or something like that. It's like a big YouTube channel that made their own, like, Master Chief, like, almost one-to-one armor from Halo Infinite. They were also doing, like, Magnum builds, like firing a real-life Magnum and stuff like that. Their videos were going viral. They were getting millions of views. And then there was, like, that Megan Thee Stallion thing where a guy got up on the stage dressed as Master Chief. Like, even at its lowest, people really like Halo and really want to like Halo, you know? Halo just, like, it can't die. It can't die. Master Chief is too charismatic. The games can suck, but people still like Halo because of how charismatic it is. Look at this. Okay, Shadow, Blur. What's going on? All you see are people's reactions to him. He's out of focus. You don't get a good look at him. First-person view, we still don't know what he looks like. Good to see you, Master Chief. And then he walks away, revealing our hero. The camera is low, looking up at him, giving him power status in the scene, like he looks big, strong, powerful. That was the reveal of our hero for the game. That was cool, right?
With those odds, I'm content with 3. Make that
He was charismatic, magnetic, electric, and everyone knew it.
So you did miss me.
Master Chief is steady. He's on his feet. He doesn't fall over. Everyone else does. He helps keys up to his feet.
Fire control for the main cannon is offline.
Captain, the cannon was my last defensive option.
See, he's too stressed out. The original Captain Keyes, he faced danger with a smile and a pipe in his mouth. You know?
We're abandoning the Autumn. That means you too.
This guy's a little bit too serious.
You do what?
And he's not as charismatic as a result. Like, in a manner of speaking. It's like in the original game, the way he said it, in a manner of speaking. The object. I'm gonna land the Autumn on it. And he's like pointing at the ring with his little pipe. Like, come on, man. Why did you get rid of the pipe?
It's absolutely unacceptable. And that means you're leaving ship. Lock in a selection of emergency landing zones.
Cortana's line delivery in this game is giving me ulcers. Jen Taylor, there are some lines that are alright. There are some lines that are okay. There are definitely some where I wish that the vocal director was a little bit more on top of things with her, because it sounded like Jen Taylor didn't quite understand the context of the line, and that's the job of the voice director to tell her. He sounds less confident and cool than the original Keyes. Yeah, the original Keyes sounded like he internalized a lot of his stress to project confidence for his crew. and then giving Master Chief a loaded gold-plated gun as, like, we're gonna need something for my daughter to remember me by in case I die. Here, a symbol of everything that I am as a person. A loaded, gold-plated handgun.
Excellent work, Cortana.
Captain Keyes doesn't like guns.
Are you ready?
He doesn't fight with guns, he fights with his brain. He commands ships. The only reason he has a handgun in the original game is because he has to have one. And he doesn't even keep it loaded. You know, sorry, son, don't keep it loaded. You'll have to find the ammo as you go.
Your architecture isn't that much different.
Miranda, I'm sorry, but your dad's dead. He wanted you to have this. His favorite handgun. Halo Campaign Evolved. It's so new. Oh, yeah. Halo Campaign Evolved. It's so new. Unfinished. I don't know what will happen when we play it.
Good luck, Master Chief.
We'll head for the subreddit, and we'll have the constructive criticism. Mr. Nowhere, it's good to see you, man. How are you enjoying the remake? You've been saying for a while that you know, we're hoping for some good single-player games. What do you think of the remake, man? And thank you for the $50. You really are the GOAT, dude. It should have been his pipe. It should have been his pipe. It should have been his pipe. And, in fact, if they wanted to do, like, you know, here, Master Chief, have a thing, and then Master Chief gives it back later, give him his pipe here. When he reunites with Keyes, Master Chief is like, well, you're still alive, sir. Here's your pipe back. And then, when he finds Keyes and he's, like, being absorbed into the flood, and he has to put him out of his misery, before the cutscene ends, have a shot of that pipe on the ground. And Master Chief just picks up the pipe and, like, twirls it around in his fingers and then stores it. You know, and then, boom, cutscene end. It should have been the pipe. I don't know why they wanted it to be a handgun so bad. OG Keyes honestly reminded me of a steely World War II veteran. This guy looks more like a Timu Ronald Reagan. Yeah, so in the some of the, like, character bio and stuff like that, and, you know, some of Joe Staten's comments about it, Captain Keyes is supposed to feel like a very old-fashioned man. Even when he was young, he came off as older than everyone around him. Like, he had like a Steamboat Willie type pipe, you know? And he came off as very calm while everyone around him panicked. And, like, that calmness is what let him be a good and charismatic leader for the crew around him. As well as just, like, using, you know, like, that pipe embodies everything about him. So when you get rid of the pipe, it's a sign to me that you don't really understand the character that well. And I have spoken to a few folk at Halo Studios that are with the community. Like, guys, there are folk at Halo Studios that they know. They, in fact, they were aware long before the game even came out, and they did not agree with some of the choices made. But when the train has left the station, you can't be like, well, stop. You know, no, like, game development, you're burning money every single day, and it's kind of a sprint to get the game out on time so that you stop burning money. Yeah. I would have let him have one more whiff of his pipe before... Wait, so he's being absorbed into the flood and he's suffering, and you would have shoved tobacco in his mouth? Miranda inherits the pipe and becomes a smoker. It's not about the tobacco. Oh my god. Third-person animations 100% rehashed from Halo Reach. They are reused and recycled animations from Halo Reach, which might have been done due to, you know, just like the engine they were using. There's a couple of animations though for the Marines. I have a Google Doc of. Okay, you guys want to know what my next video is going to be? It's going to be every reused animation in Halo Campaign Evolved. And on my to-do list for further researching is to follow the Marines around and try to get them to do shit, because they have this sprint behavior that I don't remember being from Halo Reach. Like, I remember Halo Reach, they kind of had like a max speed. And in Halo Infinite, the Marines do have like a sprint behavior, so they can catch up to the player if you're grappling or sprinting. And I want to see if that animation has been backported to the Reach engine, or if it's just like their standard walking animation, but they sped it up a lot. Look, if we're going off the books, Johnson always has tobacco, and he's never infected by the Flood, so he might be onto something. Well, okay. By the time you get to Keyes, and his, like you can't see his eyes anymore, and his skin is turned... He doesn't bleed red blood anymore. It's like green sludge. I think at that point it would be too late to bring him back. I don't think giving him a smoke will restore human DNA to his body. I think it's too late for him. We can do trials to test the theory on maybe, like, healthy people who aren't Flood yet. But in Keyes' case, I think Chief was a little bit too late to test the maybe smoking cures the Flood theory. Oh my god. I feel like Cortana's voice not matching the original energy is the worst in the mission Keyes. She sounds slightly concerned in the remake, where she was borderline panicking in the original. Play third person right now. It feels like Reach Customs in third person. Does it feel like Reach Customs in third person? You can't fight AI in Customs. Or do you mean like with mods? I would let him have one more whiff of the pipe before putting him out of his misery. You guys are crazy, man. I know for sure the battle rifle in the prequel mission cutscene is straight up the assault rifle sound, and it's so obvious that it didn't get that quality check pass. Well, and it is most likely that that was on somebody's notes, that it was the wrong sounds, but it was just like, what can you do? There's no time. You know, they're like, the Prophet needs like sound design done for this specific shot, you know, and like, who fucking cares? It's a gun sound. Like, there's bigger fish to fry right now. The cutscene is unwatchable. It's possible that there's stuff like that. What are your opinions on the remake missions? Honestly, this is what made me the most concerned about the game due to its implications for future games. I'll be honest with you, I think that the prequel missions are a lot of fun. I think they are all fun Halo missions. They are fun to play from start to finish. I enjoy them. They are not, like, best in the franchise missions, but they feel... So, ever since 343 Industries took over from Bungie, I don't think there's been a single level that they have ever made that's felt like a Bungie level to me. Until the prequel missions. The prequel missions are the first set of levels post-Bungie where I'm like, what the fuck? This feels like Bungie made these. Like, just the pacing of them, the AI buddies that are following you, the little moments here and there, the interactivity, like the you know, stumbling upon that, like, training ceremony.
Covenant,
That's like a
overlanding above
Bungie
us.
thing, right?
Warning, blast doors closing.
That's like a little, like, moment that you would have in, like, a Bungie game, where you're allowed to kind of initiate the combat whenever you'd like. And the AI are doing something interesting. It's not just them patrolling or whatever. It's like something narrative is happening. Or something world building is happening. I think that their biggest issue is that they're a little bit too long. And the individual idea, like, basically, because there are only 3 of them, they're a little bit longer than normal, and they have to cram every idea that a main campaign would have into just 3 levels, where a campaign, which would have at minimum 8 levels, that would be allowed to take those ideas and build entire levels around them. So it'll be like, this is a mission where you have to free prisoners, and also you get to use vehicles, and you have to kill a wraith, and you have to be in a seraph, you know, like, flying around in space. Like, each level has to do a bunch of different things, and because of that, it can't fully flesh out each of those things in a satisfying way. And I feel like
Head down. There's 2 of us in here now, remember?
if they were to take everything they learned making those prequel missions and make a new original campaign, I think they have the chops to make something very fun, because the prequel missions show me that they get it.
The life pods are launching. We should hurry. Covenant are destroying the life pods. They really don't want us on that.
I don't like the battle rifle. It feels like a pea shooter. Yeah, the battle rifle's rough. It doesn't feel good at all. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of those mods for Halo Combat Evolved where they add a battle rifle to the Halo 1 engine, and it's clear that the Halo 1 engine was not developed, did not have the ability to do a burst fire weapon well. So it feels like laggy, and there's like input delay with firing your shots. Sometimes the fire rate will slow down or speed up. Like, it never feels right or consistent. You know? That's what it reminds me of. I put it on the sound design. I put it on the sound design, but also the fact that, like, something's not right with the animations for it. Like, it looks like it doesn't have, Here, we'll do one of the bonus missions right now. It looks like there's no recoil animations for it. And I know that that's not the case, but here, where's the no sprint? There we go. I'm doing that so that I can stick with the Marines, so I won't, like, kind of like while I'm on autopilot, run ahead of them, because that can happen sometimes. If Halo 2 doesn't have the carbine, cue the riot. I'm sure it will. This is such a nitpick, but why do you feel this remake butchered the Maw cutscene? It feels way too short, and there's no sweeping shots of the autumn. I think the reason that they got rid of the sweeping shots was probably time constraints. But also, it could be, like, that shot would have been a hell of a lot harder to do, because it's a very video gamey shot. And what I mean by video gamey shot is, like, the closer you are to photorealism, the harder it is to do weird shit with the camera, because you're aware that there should be a camera if it looks like real life. So if a camera is, like, flying around it's like that, like the MCU, why MCU, like, CGI in Final Battle. Like, think of, like, the Black Panther fight, the final fight in, like, that train tunnel or whatever, where it's like a fucking video game camera. You know, like, the camera is making moves that are physically not possible for a camera operator. And obviously the CGI was bad, but the weird camera work didn't help, and it made it look even more Gumby-like and floaty. So it's really, really hard to do, like, that camera would have been required to move rapidly, like a quarter of a mile, in order to get a shot, like the original game. And it would have been very hard to pull off with the level of visuals we're talking about. I think it's possible, though. I think it is possible. And I've got, like, my own, in my head, camera movements that could be done. You could easily do it, but I think it would have been very difficult to pull off. I love the brutes that are just like, I don't know. What are they doing? They're like celebrating that they are brutes. Yeah, but look at this. Look at the battle rifle as I fire it. There's like no recoil. Like, it obviously goes up and it wobbles, but it doesn't, like, kick back into Chief's shoulder while you're firing it. And that's what I think gives it, like, that terrible feeling. Like, come on, it should be boom, 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 you know? Oh, the brutes killed a Marine there. That's what... Oh, there's 2 dead Marines here, so they're celebrating. Yep, right here. Okay, so the brutes are, like... They're, like... fist bumping, butting their heads against each other, you know, like celebrating, just being meathead cavemen. Okay. What's happening to the tip of the finger? The thumb right there? Hang on. Hang on. Is there something wonky with the thumb? Oh, I love that. There's the auto rifle animations in Destiny. Don't look at them, because I noticed if you do like your standard walking with it, the thumb is like doing this weird bounce, and it's been like that since Destiny 1, and you know, it carried into Destiny 2. So as you're walking, your thumb does this cute little bounce. When I find more ammo for this battle rifle, I'm gonna look at the thumb while I'm firing. I'm at least glad that the prequels don't make it feel like a one-man show. Yeah, that's a big problem I think that 343 Industries struggled with their Halo campaigns, is they made you... too much emphasis was placed on you, and not on, like, the AI and the sandboxy simulations going on around you, you know?
Major, we owe you one. Didn't think we'd ever see any of our own again. I'm Lieutenant Williams, Tiger Company.
From the 90s.
Hey, bud, how are you? I'm doing pretty good. Hey, Hey, Justin! Oh my god, this is Justin. This is, like, one of the best artists in the community. Holy shit. Justin, I'm doing awesome, dude. Still, you know, working on the editing. Premiere recently updated the way that the pen tool works for, like, cropping and stuff like that, as well as masking, and now I'm getting the hang of it, but I'm really annoyed that they just changed the way it worked, because now I have to relearn everything. I got really good at using the mask tool before. The game's too quiet. Let me turn it up. Oh, nar, it's the ODST. Yeah, I know, it's...
Rough out here, to say the least.
God.
If it's all the same to you, I'd like to fast forward the pleasantries and skip to the part where we get the hell off this ship.
Sounds good. Williams, we'll get you out of this foxhole. But we've still got to stop to pick before we're...
Masking is awful
works for
now.
us.
It's so
The more
fucking
losses we
bad.
can
And
hand
it's
these
like, there's like
bastards,
this
the
bug with Premiere where sometimes it will not show you the... It won't show you, like, the region that you're masking, as well as the lines and stuff like that, and I have to, like, fuck around with turning off visual effects or, like, closing and reopening Premiere to get them to come back. I tried switching to DaVinci for a little bit to learn it, and it was for my Fusion Coil video. That was my first video that I edited entirely in DaVinci, and the nodes... I get that, like, the nodes are, in theory, way more powerful. But the process of doing little things like masking is unnecessarily complicated in DaVinci. And it's just like, you can't just, like, select a pen tool and draw a circle around something, and boom, there you go. You got a circle-shaped mask. It's like you have to go into completely separate... I don't know. I rage quit. I got that video out, and then I was like, fuck Da Vinci. Never... hashtag never again for Da Vinci. But Premiere now is making bullshit changes. And I'm just like, do you all just, like, hate me? All of these video editing softwares, do you all just hate me? I'll die if that's what you want me to do. Like, stop fucking with the tools. It's super powerful for colorists. Yeah, and that's the thing that I got. Like, it seemed... all of the color grading stuff was so much better and more expansive than anything Premiere could hope for. And that's probably also why, like, my Fusion Coil video looks a lot better in terms of its colors and its color temperatures. And I was even able to make, you know, some kind of weird-looking shots in Halo Infinite because, you know, that game kind of has a washed-out color grading. Like, I was able to make Halo Infinite look very nice and vibrant, but just everything else, simple shit. Really simple shit like masking was unnecessarily hard to do in Da Vinci. And it made that video very frustrating. Oh, okay. For some reason, this area is like the problem point for the battle rifles animations. I don't know if something is happening under the hood with the engine. Like, something is overloading it, or there's some bug. I mean, there is some bug, but... And this is where desync happens a lot with, like, the magazine. You can see that the magazine will kind of, like, fall out of sync with your hands while you're reloading. And it's this area, for some reason. Yeah. I love learning new things about Halo while watching these streams. I'm glad you do. Yeah, I also, weirdly enough, narratively, I think that these prequel missions have the bones for a really entertaining story. It's, again, it's like the lack of time to kind of smoothen up the rough edges. As well as, like, some, I think, you know, problematic holdovers from 343 Industries, which I think is it's an issue they have. I don't think that they're casting... More often than not, casting in new Halo games, voice casting, I think, is more of a miss than it is a hit. And I think their dialogue for scenes can be a bit rough. Where it's very just kind of like, not childish. It's very underwritten is the way I can describe it. Or it lacks a lot of, like, subtext and nuance. The battalion should have had their helmets on mostly. I don't like the fact that she is the only one with the ODST kit and she is showing her face. Same with the other guys with her. Well, some of them have helmets. Did you see the helmets? They're all fucked up. It's fine. I don't know. It would have been cool as a callback to, like, Halo 3 ODST if she, like, does the boop, you know, like, hits the side of her helmet and, like, the visor kind of, you know, clears up. Okay, hang on. I'm going to pause it for a second. For some reason, right here, the voice for the Prophet, for the evil Prophet dude, it's the voice of Johnson. Listen to it. The voice actor switched. I don't know if you could hear that, but that was clearly the voice of Sergeant Johnson in this remake, who is now suddenly the voice of the Prophet, dude. Where in the cutscene, it was Tim Didabo, Guilty Spark, who was doing the voice. That is rushed production. That is not enough time to clean things up, / if you need to record new bits of dialogue and Tim Didabo's not available, but one guy is. Funny, because that's Tim Didabo. It's not Tim Didabo. You want me to reload the checkpoint? Fuck. Okay. I think we'll hear it again, and it's clearly the voice actor of Sergeant Johnson that they were hoping we wouldn't notice they've switched the two. Are you sure about that? Yes, I would stake my life on it. It is Sergeant Johnson. It switches to Johnson. LNG helmets are always one of the last pieces of kit you willingly part with. Protecting the dome has always been a top priority. Yeah, but also consider this. What if the helmet broke? Also consider this. Johnson does not have a helmet. There's a lot of Infinite Forge assets here. Okay, somebody else noticed. Yeah. The amount of, when Halo Infinite was getting updated, and they were like, here's a full Covenant palette, I was like, That's a lot of Covenant assets that were made. Why? And then the Flood assets, I was like, Where'd all these come from? And now we figured out where they all came from. Well, Johnson isn't smart in this version. Consider, though. Consider. In Halo 1, the Bungie one, there are Marines that wear boonies instead of helmets. Consider. In Halo 1, the Bungie one, Johnson doesn't wear a helmet in that one either. As well as Halo 2, the Bungie one. He also doesn't wear a hat in that one, or he wears a hat instead of a helmet in that one. Consider, in Halo 2, the one done by Bungie, Miranda Keyes takes 2 SMGs, no armor or helmet, into a flood-infested zone with Johnson, who, I will remind you, is also not wearing a helmet. And together, the two of them fight the Arbiter.
Chief, give me cover and I'll crack the locks. We're exposed out here. You won't fail.
Bungo, how could you? Yeah, what did Bungie mean by this? You know in the storyboards, the lifeboat pilot, it's a white guy with a big bushy mustache who's like, ah, sir, and then he flips down his thing, and you've got like the big fucking thing over his eyes, and then a white bushy mustache. But in the final release game, it's a woman, and I'm like, what did Bungie mean by this? Yeah, it's just there's bigger fish to fry. Okay, the game has issues. The game has issues, and people are getting mad at like stupid shit. And they're getting mad at like characters that do have issues, but they're like fixating on stupid things instead of things that would have actually made the character more charismatic and feel more like a classic Halo character, you know? There's a lot of Infinite Forge assets here. Also the foliage. Is the foliage also yoinked from Halo Infinite? Let's take a look. Like, I know these come from Halo Infinite, don't they? Okay, so folk in the modding scene, when Infinite came out, they were able to, like, de-banish a lot of the, like, vehicles and stuff. If anyone wants to double check to see if this might be a banished ghost that they just took all the banished stuff off of. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, not the animated bit, but this coral stock. Didn't this come from one of the Forge updates. Johnson's character is tied to the cap. Is it tied to the cap? I thought it was tied to the cigar. I mean, Johnson without a cap does look weird, but also he spends a lot of time in Halo 3 without a cap. Even some of the most important cutscenes in the game, he doesn't have a cap on. A character not wearing a helmet is like the biggest, oh my god, you fucking nerd, nobody cares thing ever. Like, I don't mean to be like rude, but I'm like, some of the most important cutscenes in the Halo franchise are a bunch of military men standing in a battle zone with no helmets on. Why now have people suddenly decided it's an issue? It's like, I have very little patience for the, but she doesn't have her helmet on and it's a war zone. And Johnson is standing right next to, like, right next to her. And it's, she doesn't have her helmet on. And Johnson is like, that's right, she should be wearing her helmet. It's like, let's focus on making her a more interesting character from a design standpoint. Can she have a prop of some kind that she can carry around with her in a cutscene instead of just standing there with her gun like this? Because everyone just stands around with their gun like that, and it drives me crazy. It's like, there's got to be something more dynamic and interesting these characters can do. Here, let's actually... Like, you know what would be fucking cool is if her arm was broken and all she used was a magnum. In my opinion, also, Williams should have been much older. Like, I think she should have started turning gray. She should have been clearly older than Johnson and Chief. I don't think she should have been around the same age or younger. I think it actually would have been pretty badass to have somebody who's seen more action than both Chief and Johnson. And I think that instead of a squad of Marines, it should have been all ODSTs, and the young ODSTs were the ones that all didn't like Chief, but the old ODST lady who commanded them, she has been alive long enough to see her own fair share of, like, bullshit interpersonal, like, UNSC argument and drama stuff, so she appreciates them as soldiers. And even maybe feels a bit of pity. I think that would have been a little bit more interesting. Here, let's do 2 betrayals. Lore question. Did Lieutenant Williams automatically volunteer a squad to be sacrificed? Wonder if they were all on the same page about that. Well, I think in the cutscene where she volunteers to be sacrificed, you can see them all in the back together, and she's holding the thing and talking passionately, and they're, like, nodding their heads and all talk. So I assume she went back to her squad, and they were all like, we know what we gotta do, right? Like, we can't let this shit continue, these experiments. Like, they were all on the same page, I think. An elderly ODST just seems rather strange. Well, it wouldn't seem strange if you're fighting a war where extinction is very much, like, a possibility, you know? People would probably serve for as long as they are physically capable of serving. They'd probably have to be discharged, like, forcefully to stop serving, because they want to protect their families back home. And especially if, like, you know, they have kids. or grandkids, you know? Like, being elderly doesn't mean that you have to be disabled. You know, it doesn't mean that it's like, you know, hey, Shani, like rolling around with a battle rifle in your lap and you're in a wheelchair. Like, no, you can still be physically capable of serving. It's just you're going gray, and you can see the years on your face, you know? Isn't Johnson like 60 or something? That's literally elderly. We'll also remember, like in the Halo universe, elderly has moved up by like probably 50 years. Like 60 is now probably middle-aged. 60 is probably the equivalent of being 40.
Interesting. The weather pattern.
Nah, she definitely would have died before 2551. Also, they're not real characters.
Or if the designers
I've decided she didn't die. I've decided she's a fucking veteran, a good-ass soldier, who has seen insurrections, quelled insurrections, remembers first contact with alien life and the start of the Human Covenant War, remembers seeing the first Spartan, remembers hearing the stories about how some young ODSTs were killed by a 14-year-old boy or 12-year-old boy or whatever. Like, I've decided that this person did not die beforehand because this person is not real and it's a story. And it can be whatever you want it to be. Wait, they're not real people? Yes, believe it or not, this game is not non-fiction. It is a narrative written by people that make fake stories for entertainment purposes. They're called writers. 60 is the new 40 is a sentence far too modern. I'm 60 years young, Chief. That sounds like something Johnson would say. Holy shit. Oh, okay. I thought that, like, the elite was just, like, that he lives there now. Like, just putting them up there. It was like lifting a 3-year-old and putting them in their booster seat, you know? Or it's just like, you're gonna be here now. I'm the adult, and I've just picked you up and put you here, and there's nothing you can do about it. 3-year-olds don't sit in booster seats, do they? Halsey is like 70
Analyzing.
now.
If Halo is a weapon,
Man, if we're gonna get into some of my favorite characterization of Catherine Halsey in any of the video games comes from Halo Reach. That's the one where she seems the least elderly, and she seems more like a real, not a real person, but like a fleshed out person rather than like kind of an archetype that
analyzing.
IP-ification has kind of branded her as, if that makes any sense. Because like in Halo 4 onwards, literally all she wears is like a scientist's lab coat. Because she's a scientist. And she's old. And it's like I don't know. I'm like, in Halo Reach, she just seems like a woman, you know? Obviously an older woman, but not like elderly. And she's not like wearing this stupid looking lab coat everywhere. That's like a crazy nitpick. I don't know where that came from. Atomic George. Hey, Atomic George! Hey, buddy! How you doing, man? It's good to see you. You DM'd me on Twitter, didn't you? I need to get back to you. Does the Magnum feel oversized to anyone else? I think it's the view model. It's closer to the screen than the original game, and its position on the screen is a little bit different. Yeah, so for the way that I would beef up Lieutenant Williams is fine. She is fine. Yes, she is. Shut the fuck up. But she is boring, which is also an issue that Prophet guy has. He is boring. But Lieutenant Williams and the Prophet, they have the ingredients to make a fun character. But a lot of the creative instincts surrounding them I do not think were there. And they kind of continue this tradition that 343 has of kind of like bland character design, as well as like the not very interesting voice casting. You know, like Tim Dodabo is fun as Guilty Spark, but for that Prophet guy, he's just doing like a Prophet of Truth impression with his Guilty Spark voice. It's very boring and bland and kind of like uninteresting. Prophets should be like fun. They should be silly to watch, or not silly, but you know they're just like they're fun. They're charismatic. They're interesting because they're fucking weird characters. And Lieutenant Williams making her have a Southern accent is like that is one thing you got right. That's good because she's like a soldier. And, you know, that's like the archetypal, you know, like, all right, boys, are you ready to die for your country? Like, it's a stereotype, and it's good that they identified that that's a soldier voice. Though I would have made her older, more battle-hardened, and in command of a younger, rowdier group of ODST that do not like Chief. But she has been around the block a while. She remembers the start of the Human Covenant War. And she knows that in the grand scheme of history, the beef that the ODSTs have with the Spartans is not important. And they need to work together to stop the Mad Prophet's experiments. And by the end of the story, Lieutenant Williams knows that she has to sacrifice herself. And you know what you do? You have, in the cutscene, the rest of her young ODSTs also volunteer to join her because they know that Master Chief needs to get off the station to keep hope alive. That they do have a chance to defeat the Covenant. That the war isn't lost. It's like, there you go. There you go. How do you feel about the new cutscenes? I think they're okay. Some are better than others. The ones that are bad are very bad. They're very bad. Like, the opening to Two Betrayal, or the opening to Assault on the opening to Two Betrayals is rough too. But it's not like terrible. The one that is terrible, I think, is Assault on the Control Room's opening. That one's like fucking awful. Like oh god, the mocap grunts. That's like
we cooked them good, sir.
Whoever it was that was working on that cutscene, they need a hug. Cause it's so obvious that they needed more time and like maybe even help, and they were not given it.
The Covenant placed their tanks to defend the entrance to the tunnel.
Keep it steady.
I think the more serious Halo gets, the more characters actually function as people instead of archetypes, like Reach. See, I don't think Reach is Bungie's best story. Usually whenever I recommend, like, hey, let's play a Halo game, Reach is one of the last ones, because I think it's kind of, like, boring and the characters are boring. Like, I know why it is that way, because the goal of Reach is it wanted to be a little bit more serious, a little bit more grounded and more militaristic, but I think that it makes characters not as fun to be with for extended periods of time.
Come on, we gotta take care of that Banshee.
I like there to be a mixture of a couple of different things. Like, I generally prefer the way that Joe Staten does Halo. So it's like a little bit more humor, a little bit more silliness mixed with some drama.
The tunnel door is locked. We need to find the door's controls and open it.
Question, why does this game have random AI behavior like 4, or is this more like how CE used to behave? No, it is not how Combat Evolved used to behave. So this game, basically the way that it works is that the Unreal Engine is handling the visual side of things, as well as, like, you know, some aspects of, like, maybe the UI and stuff like that, as well as, you know, like, particle effects. But the code, the gameplay, a majority of the physics, sandbox, stuff like that, it's basically Halo Reach code. It's built on the bones of Halo Reach. So all the AI are using Halo Reach AI animations and, like, pathfinding and stuff like that. So if they come off as kind of, like, weird, it's because they were designed for Halo Reach, not for Halo 1. Like that right there, that elite, the way he was standing, that's the Halo Reach idle stance for the elites. That's how they stand when they're not in combat in Halo Reach. The grunts all waddling around, they are using Reach animations. The jackals are all using Reach animations. This Scorpion feels like the Halo Reach Scorpion. Do you have the refresh rate of your in-person camera set to 50 hertz? I do not. I think this webcam is a 30 hertz webcam. So this webcam is about 12 years old. There are people that are like, oh, I love the scan lines you added. It's it's in theme, because it's like, you know, like Halo, you made it look very retro. And I'm like, yes, that's what the scan line is. No, the scan lines on this little webcam is because this thing is 12 years old and it's like starting to break down, and I won't put it out of its misery.
No, he's around here somewhere.
The way I see it, Halo Reach's tone went too far in one direction. To me, Halo should be serious, but still loud and over the top in a way. I think Halo can be whatever it would like to be. I don't think Halo should be one thing. Because, I feel like when you... So, okay. I've been around the block. Let me tell you something. As you know, 60 is the new 40. Fellas, I began my YouTube channel criticizing Halo 4 and Halo 5. That was in 2014. It has now been over a decade. I am elderly by Halo YouTuber standards. I have seen YouTubers rise and fall. I have seen Halo games come and go. I have seen people fired. I have seen developers laid off. I have seen studios renamed. In my time as this Halo YouTuber, I have come to learn something. Big franchises have a noticeable death spiral that they enter, and if they can't crawl out of that death spiral, the franchise basically, like, collapses. Terminator is one that I can think of, where, you know, an entry comes out in the franchise, and it gets a bunch of fans, and it's early, and it's kind of, like, exciting. Then another one comes out, and it's a little bit different, and it's divisive. People don't know what to think about it. Maybe people even are outraged at it. The sequel, then sometimes it's something completely different. Again, which further divides folk. Sometimes it's more of like a back to basics thing, which, you know, is like nice and cool, but it doesn't have as much staying power. And then what happens is the franchise begins to return to nostalgia. And then it starts to kind of circle the drain. Like, it can't move on from the things that folk like, and it's now scared to try new things, and kind of diversify its portfolio of experiences, and it becomes smaller and smaller, and like the first one, or the one that people are most nostalgic for, becomes almost like a black hole that collapses the franchise in on itself, because then eventually the nostalgia stops working. And I've seen it happen with like the Terminator franchise. Oh boy. And I have seen it happen with Star Wars. Or at least Disney's, attempt at rebooting, like, the Star Wars franchise, starting with Force Awakens. And now, when folk talk about what they think Halo should be or should not be, I'm like, I want whatever the vision is for this project, I want it to be charismatic, and I want it to be achieved flawlessly, or at least to the best of the developer's abilities, and I want them to, I want it to just nail what it's trying to do. Don't half-ass it. Go all the way in. And if you have good ideas, I want to champion those ideas. I do not want to be like, Halo, for me right now, like, I'm really liking Campaign Evolved, but I'm like, I've seen this before. Hey guys, it's Halo 1 again. You like Halo 1? I'm like, all right. So when's a new thing happening? It's like, we're in the gravity well. No, I don't think Halo's like in a position like that. I think Halo, thankfully, is a lot more varied than franchises like Terminator. But being in the remember the original trilogy, that's not the sign of a healthy franchise. And I think that, obviously, if they're going to be remaking the trilogy, go ahead, do it. But please, for the love of God, empower developers to make new stories in the Halo universe and allow them the time to make those new stories the most charismatic versions of themselves. Like, let them achieve their vision, And let it be good. Let it even be weird. I'm okay with weird. Just like Star Wars, Mandarin and Go-Gurt flopped. The Mandarin and Go-Gurt. That got Rebecca laughing. Yeah, like, dude, once upon a time, The Mandalorian was the thing that, like, saved Disney from the Star Wars black hole. Because Rise of Skywalker was like, oh no. I have returned as a zombie man, the Emperor. Like, shit's getting bad, folk. And then the Mandalorian was like, oh my god, this is so different and weird. They made Boba Fett a cowboy. That's cool. They made a show about a Boba Fett guy, and they made him a cowboy. And he's got, like, a little baby Yoda as a sidekick. And it brought Star Wars back. But then the Mandalorian kind of became trapped in the gravity well, and now Star Wars, like, the Mandalorian isn't enough to get people to see a fucking Star Wars movie. Yeah, so for Halo, I want whatever the next, original ideas to come from the Halo franchise are. Just do them. Just do them.
I'll take it well on.
Do them and do them well. And there is a difference, though, between, like, do something different and do something different and good, Because there is such a thing as they tried a new thing and it was a fucking terrible idea. I would like a new thing that's a good idea. And I think that there's a lot of developers out there that would love to make a Halo game that have good ideas. You want to know something interesting that I learned from Devin? Talking to him, he's the Combat Evolved Anniversary guy that I was speaking to. He said that in his time at 343 Industries, for a decade he worked at that studio, they got a lot of Call of Duty developers, ex-Call of Duty developers. And you want to know something? Those Call of Duty developers were the ones who fought the hardest for Halo-y ideas and for making the Halo games feel more like Halo. So Halo 4's loadouts and stuff like that were originally a lot worse. There were shotguns, and in order to make sure that the shotguns, you know, felt good with, like, battle rifles in your loadouts, they had to nerf the shotgun into the ground, so you had to put a couple shotgun rounds into it, like, to balance it as a loadout weapon. Like, originally, every weapon in the Halo 4 sandbox was unlockable and could be done as a created class. There were, like, airstrikes and stuff like that you could call. It was straight up more Call of Duty, and it was COD developers that fought hard to get a lot of that shit, as much of it as they could, to get it stripped out. And for Halo 5, it was COD developers that fought really hard to get the game away from loadouts, away from kill cams and stuff like that. And what he said was that, again, like, these Call of Duty developers, they grew up playing Halo. It was the game that got them in, like, there was Medal of Honor, there wasn't Call of Duty, you know? It was Halo and Medal of Honor, and they played Halo because Halo was more fun. So they got, like, to them, Call of Duty was like easy cash. You know, it was like the slop factory. Like, you work on it because it's a big franchise and makes a shit ton of money and pays well. But it's not creatively fulfilling. Halo was their childhood game, and that was exciting to make, and so they fought really hard over at 343 Industries to get Halo-y ideas into 343 Industries Halo games. Oh boy. Somehow I have a nasty feeling most people won't believe that. Yeah, but also I have a nasty feeling that a lot of people are nasty on the internet. And, like, they want to, like, pretend that, like, video game companies are the thing wrong with the world, and that, like, the new Dragon Age was bad, and that's what's wrong with the modern world. Is my video game was not good. Not the fact that I literally cannot afford groceries. Yeah, so people kind of live in their own weird, concocted universes that their own algorithms have spoon-fed to them. Just, you gotta ignore those weirdos, and you gotta live in the real world and operate on real-world logic, I guess. I want to see a Mass Effect-style RPG set in the Halo universe. If you've got a good idea for it, go ahead. See, I'm not confident something like that would sell well. But by Jove, I would not stop you if the ball got rolling on something like that. Worker! Question, does this game have... Oh, wait, I think I already read that. Oh, boy. Oh, yeah, that elite was taking cover and not, like, locked to the cover. Like, he was just simply crouched down behind it. See, that elite is doing that Halo Reach AI behavior thing where they'll, like, hunker up at cover. See, and they'll, like, pop out and shoot a couple of things and then go back down into the cover or detach. But that also causes them to get stuck in weird behavior loops. And detaching from the cover is a long animation. So it leads to moments like that where he wasn't even looking at me because he was still doing his out-of-cover animation, which ends with him facing forward, even though I was right behind him and he watched me walk right behind him. Thanks for sharing that thing about the COD devs at 343. Yeah, it was very interesting talking to Dev. I think you guys are going to like this Warthog radio. In fact, Devin's audio stopped recording, so we had to stop about 2 hours in, and he wasn't even finished. He wasn't finished talking about Combat Evolved Anniversary and everything that went into it. He was saying that, like, nah, I'm going to leave it. It was It's very interesting, and the story of how Saber Interactive started as this small little company, the small fry company. Their biggest game was Battle Los Angeles, the movie video game tie-in. And they got the Halo gig, and they didn't know Halo, what Halo was, because of, like, Russia, you know? All they knew was, like, the Stalker series. And the experience of remaking Halo 1 taught them about the Halo universe, and by the end of its development, none of them were happy with how they remastered Halo 1, but they were all huge fans of Halo 1. And they were very excited to do Halo 2, and they were already playing Halo 2 at the office, and they all had Xboxes set up. And they were very excited at the prospect of even bringing Halo games to Russia, like Halo Online, because they thought Halo would be really big. Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of interesting details you guys are going to learn. Come here, you.
Cover me.
Is this the way? I hope it's the way. Hey LNG, would you say Creative Assembly would be a good mainline developer for the Halo series, considering Halo Wars 2? I think it depends. I think anybody has the potential to be a good developer for the Halo franchise. It all depends on what their pitch would be, you know? It is possible that Creative Assembly could be good for a first-person shooter. Depends, though, if a lot of the talent worked on Halo Wars 2 and remembers the experience of making, like, a Halo RTS. Because I feel like, as weird as it sounds, like, real RTS experience might translate well into the Halo series, because already you kind of, you understand the importance of, like, units and very specific aspects of the sandbox that serve very specific roles, you know? Not that you need my respect, of course, but more just saying that over the years I've fallen out of watching Halo Raiders, but I fell into watching your stuff a lot more. I appreciate that. Can I ask why? What is it that makes my stuff entertaining to watch? Oh boy. Oh boy. Damn it, I need to get closer. Never liked RTS games. I'm not a big RTS guy either. Outside of Age of Empires 2, as well as StarCraft 1. And Age of Empires 3. And Age of Empires 3. I'm not going to forget that one. That one was alright. I generally, this is going to sound really weird. I think I've went on this fucking rant before. I don't really like RTS games that are three-dimensional. I prefer when they're sprites. Like, I want my RTS units to be fucking, like, abstract, where I'm like, is that a drop ship or is it an elephant? Who knows? And then I have to look at the manual to even understand what the thing is supposed to look like, because in-game it's just like a mess of pixels. Aye! Damn it. Where's the bisexual lighting? I think we left the bisexual lighting outside. After years of podcasting about Halo, I can earnestly say that Warthog Radio is the best Halo podcast. Looking forward to more. Oh my god, that's nice of you to say. That's so kind. Thank you. Rebecca puts a lot of hard work into it. Into making Andrew and I listenable for you guys. No, Andrew is endlessly listenable. Yeah, Rebecca puts a lot of work into Warthog Radio.
Analyzing.
And it is thanks to her
This
that
must be the control room.
the community at least, you know, has some fun Halo stuff to listen to.
Look,
And hopefully we
Covenant
make
mansions.
even the
Use
bitching,
them
like,
to fly
fun,
straight to the
in
control
good
structure.
faith bitching,
Don't let
you know?
anyone else touch them.
I'm hoping that eventually we can have Rebecca do a Warthog Radio episode, but as she is the editor and producer, it's up to her. She decides who the guests are, she decides what the dates are. Hello,
The
says
entrance to
Brug.
the control center is
Hello,
at the top
Brug.
of that
How you
pyramid
doing?
structure. Bring me up there and I should be able to get us inside.
I've got two groups of chat open, Brug. You over on Twitch, but also I've got a YouTube chat that's on the side here. So if I start answering things, don't worry. I'm not talking to myself. The best way that I can put it is that your vibe over time feels so much more grounded, not the classic internet fueled by frustration loop. In good faith bitching is a good way to word it. I'm happy that you feel that way because I used to be part of the rage train. And let me just say, making Halo videos is a lot more fun when it's not like, we need to talk about the terrible Halo news or whatever. It's a lot more fun when it's like, I am going to point out every single reused animation in this Halo game. And I found ones that you guys probably didn't know existed. Because we're not tearing anything down. We're like anthropologists, would you say? Yeah, we're like anthropologists. We're like or not even anthropologists, like, well, I guess in Halo, in the case of like the older Halo games, we're like archaeologists, but I don't know. It's like we don't want to cannibalize the franchise we love, right? We don't want to just be angry at everything, even though there are problems with the new releases. It's just more fun to make stuff that's fun. It's better for my heart rate, better for people watching, because I don't want you to watch a video that's gonna make you angry when it's over, and then your day is more stressful
Halo's
because you
control
just watched an angering video, you know? It's like, holy shit, there's enough of that in the world right now. Yes, marriage has made me wiser. I'm so glad you said that, because guess when this change happened? It's when I got fucking married to her. Being married to Rebecca has made me love Halo more than I ever have in my entire life. I love you. Oh shit, the love crunch came. Hell yeah. May I have another yummy drink? There should be some in the fridge.
Cortana.
I love you. Thank you, baby. LNG, I hope you're enjoying CE Make. I finally 100% of the game and no longer have to play it. Some level design changes. This cutscene's cool. Hang on. This cutscene's fucking cool. I love this. He's going left. She's going right. Camera's dynamic. He's looking up at her. She's godlike. She's golden. Look, her light's literally shining down on him.
Never been better.
Okay.
I can't imagine the wealth of information.
I'll take that. Thank you, baby.
Knowledge. So much, so fast.
The Cortana is the Great Fairy. Yeah, she's like the Great Fairy. Look, she's literally holding the universe in the palm of her hands because that's how powerful Halo is. It's using the language of film, of cinema, to be part of the storytelling.
How do we use it against the Covenant?
This ring isn't a cudgel, you barbarian. It's something else.
Obviously, the inflection could be a little bit different. The tone of Cortana can be a little bit different, but there is intentionality behind these cutscenes. They're not just doing shit for the sake of doing shit. There are good ideas here.
Right.
And if they can be harnessed, controlled, we'll have power.
Give me a second to
Look,
access.
give it. This is fucking cool. Look how gigantic she is. Chief blocks her. Now she's small. You don't even see the transition
Foreigners
into
built
her
this place,
small
what they
form
called
on the
a fortress
console.
world, in order to...
Chief masks
Wait.
it with the way that he walks across the
No,
screen.
that can't be.
That was a fucking cool shot. It was a
Those
cool
Covenant
shot.
Fools.
Very
They
cool.
must have known that there must have been signs.
Slow down. You're losing me.
The Covenant found something buried in this ring. Something horrible. And now
Hey,
they're-
Death Star!
Something
You're now
buried
following me on
where?
Twitch, buddy.
The captain.
I
We've gotta
fucking
stop
love
the captain.
Halo!
Keys?
Says Death
What are we-
Star.
Weapons cache. She's
Yeah,
looking for.
okay.
It's not really... We can't let him get inside.
I don't understand.
There's
The
no
panic
time.
was a lot
Get
better
out
in the
of
original
here.
cutscene, though.
Find keys. Stop him.
Yeah.
Before it's too late.
Her before it's too late. Like, it was, but before it's too late, like, she's, like, yelling, basically. Hey, LNG, hope you're enjoying the remake. I finally 100% of the game and no longer have to play it. Some level design changes are nice, like the library, but ultimately MCC is the best way to enjoy Halo Combat Evolved. I think it's, yeah, it's the best way to play Halo 1. But there are things to enjoy about this one, and I think, folk who just cannot get over how old Halo 1 is, I'm happy at least that this version exists, and that there are ways to customize it to make it feel a bit more like Halo 1 in terms of its gameplay, but yeah, I wish it could have been more. I need her. The gold with the green outline is... he said. My sister quotes the "I fucking love ammo" displays from your ammo counter video. I really fucking love ammo displays. I remember when I had to record that. Rebecca was on the couch. I'm like, okay, honey, I need to record something. I need to scream for a second. Oh man, here, okay, you know what? No, I'm just gonna spoil it because it's like. There's like 230 of us here, so I think that you guys can keep a secret. All 230 of you. I picture it like a school, like a high school, like bleachers. It's like, okay, there's 230 of us, so you are all up on the bleachers, and I'm like down there giving a presentation. We're all here. We're all in the same room. Let me show. This, I think, is how I made this. And I showed Rebecca it. I didn't know what to do with it, but I made it. The vision came to me in my dreams, and I had to get it done. And now I don't know what to do with it now that it's done. But here, I think, is how the next video is going to start. That's it. That's all I got. I don't even know where to take it. Like, how's the joke gonna end? What's gonna happen at the end? I don't know. I heard the music in my head. The grunt screaming and panicking because he was gonna die. And I was like, I gotta do this. I gotta do it. And now I don't know where to go. That's all I got right now. I just watched the poop shredding toilet video right now. Yeah, that one's pretty good too. Cinema. That's a pretty good fucking song too, isn't it? Oh my god, I fucking love that. It's from the Tamagotchi show. That show has a fucking perfect soundtrack. Such a good ass soundtrack. And that song is so funny. It's like the urgency and stress and fun and whimsy of that song. I was like, this would be fucking hilarious if I had like a grunt screaming and panicking and shouting, "No!" while a flood is gaining on him. Just cut it to the grunt lying dead? No, because that's, like, No, it's too obvious. They'll expect that. I don't know how to conclude it. Maybe I should just end it. So the next video, expect it to just start with no context like that. Watch the Halo remake video. Bro, we found out how the UNSC poops with the poop shredder. And a Marine got yoinked mid-poop to die, bro. 343 did environmental storytelling. No, he didn't get yanked mid-poop. He was in the process of shredding his poop when he got yanked. Like, he was already done. He was just, you know, shredding some poop. That's when the elite grabbed him. You guys want to find the poop toilet? The poop shredder? We can actually find it. I'll show you where it is. Here, let me put on the 60 rounds. Give this man an Oscar. I tried my disc for Halo Reach on Xbox Series X with 4K TV, and it looked awful. I forgot how much MCC actually did. What settings did you have for Reach if it looked bad? Do you mean bad like just you weren't a fan of like the 720p?
Captain Keys?
It's not technically 720p, but I think it's somewhere around there.
Things aren't going well.
It's partially what inspired my Halo watch face, which made it into the Halo Spotlight today. You're on the Halo Spotlight?
Covenant superior
dude!
Ships against a single Halcyon-class cruiser. With those odds, I'm content with 3.
Make that 4 kills. Sleep well.
No thanks to your driving, yes.
So you did, Miss.
I think that line delivery's alright. Because in the original game, he's like, yes. Okay. Halo Spotlight.
Report.
It must be one of their boarding parties.
Here's our stressed out, angry Captain Keys.
Fire control for the main cannon is offline.
Captain, the cannon was my last offensive option.
Okay, where is this watch face?
All right, then. I'm initiating cold
Let me show
protocol.
these actually. These are some cool little pieces of artwork.
That means you too, Cortana.
Well, you do what? Go down with the ship?
In a manner of speaking. The
That's
object we
cool.
found. I'm going to try to land the Autumn on it.
With all due respect, sir, this
Okay,
war has enough.
but I want to find Death Star's
I
watch
appreciate your
face.
concern, Cortana, but it's not up to me. The protocol is clear. Destruction or capture of a shipboard AI is absolutely unacceptable. And that means
That's
you're
cool.
leaving ship. Lock in a selection of emergency landing zones.
That is
Upload them
also
to my
cool.
Neuralinks. Then sort yourself for a hard transfer.
Aye, aye, sir.
What the fuck? That's awesome. Hang on. Holy shit, this is so sick. Look at this one.
Which is where you come in, Chief. Get Cortana off this ship. Keep her safe from the enemy. If they capture her, they'll
follow
learn
this guy.
everything.
That's
Forced
cool.
development, weapons research. Earth.
I understand.
If all goes well, we'll rendezvous on the object's surface.
Oh, is this you?
Doesn't.
This is sick. Holy
Make
shit.
sure my daughter gets this.
What the fuck? This is so cool. Oh, dude.
The Autumn will continue evasive maneuvers until you initiate a landing sequence. Not that you'll listen.
What the fuck? That's
I'll suggest
awesome.
My subroutines handle the final approach.
That's like Halo 1 style.
Thank you.
That's
Are you ready?
sick, dude. Holy shit.
Yank me.
Did you see Halo Follower is now grifting? Yeah, that
Your
wouldn't
architecture
surprise
isn't
me.
that much different from the Autumn's.
Don't get any funny ideas.
I've got him on not. Do not recommend this channel. Halo Follower used to do some
Covenant
pretty
have breached the command
talented
deck.
animations.
Have to stop them from
Or
taking the
like,
bridge.
he used to do some pretty cool animations. And then he did one that was like weird. And then they started to get like mean-spirited, and now it's like, I don't know.
I see him.
Just doesn't seem like
Those Marines
useful.
could use some help, Chief. Do what you do best.
I remember when he was Halo 4 follower. Also, anyone asking how to get it, just go to the Halo Spotlight and click on my name. I have links to the tweet where you can download it. You're offering it as a download. Oh shit, guys, if anyone wants to download his watch interface, go to the Halo Spotlight and click on his name.
Keep your head down. There's 2 of us in
Okay, we're gonna find the poop shredder though. I'll show you where it is. There's some other stuff that I had to like just cut for time that I wanted to include. So okay, there's like obviously you've got like Prognort protein bars and everything like that. Like we're in the cafeteria, right? Doing cafeteria things. But if you come out here, and it's this way in the original game as well. Oh boy, damn it! It broke it. Yeah, that's what I was expecting. It's like this in the original game. There is also a vending machine right outside. And I'm not sure why. Not sure also what these things are. They're also in the original Halo. But I'm sure folk have some theories. So, come on. The poop shredder is probably broken in this one. Here it is. Kill that elite. There's the dead Marine. There they are. There's the toilets. And watch this. Hang on.
Damage to the superstructure is extensive.
Damn it.
I don't know
Hang
how
on.
much more abuse the Autumn can take.
There is a... I cannot see anything. Okay. There is a... There we go. I got in. Okay. Okay, and then we control Master Chief. Turn on your flashlight so you can see a little bit. He can't fit in because, he's too obese because he ate too many of the tacos. There it is. There's the poop shredder. See it? Like, what is that? That's like a shredder. It looks like a shredder. Why is there a shredder in the toilet? Yeah, and look, there's. I mean, the reason there's no sink is because you're not supposed to see this. But there's no sink. There's no sink. There's no mirrors. There's no paper towels. Marines just have to shit and then shred their poop. Yeah, the 60-round skull has a bug where Marines will not fire their weapons when you have it equipped. Or they won't fire the assault rifle. And the reason why is because the 60-round assault rifle is treated as a new gun. It's called like Assault Rifle Legacy or something like that. And Marines are coded to use every gun in the game, but they forgot to let them also use Assault Rifle Legacy. So when they pick it up, they're like, I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is. So they won't use it. That also goes for the flood, though. So if you want flood levels to be a little bit easier, the 60-round skull will also prevent flood from firing their assault rifles, because they don't know what it is. They're like, I know how to use the assault rifle. I don't know what an assault rifle legacy is, though. Have you by any chance seen Space Clanka 2? I lost him. I haven't... Space Clanka? What's going on? No, are you looking for your buddy?
They're using our lifeboat airlocks to attach their boarding craft.
We go out and they come in. Clever bastards.
That's a Covenant
That's a
overshield.
Covenant overshield
I've created
module.
An interface patch
Yeah,
that
yeah,
will
yeah.
let you
I
use
know.
the device to augment your shields.
What does this say? Structure damage? Damage route teams. Okay, so here's the medical wing. And people have corrected me. It is not a Staff of Caduceus, which is the universal symbol for healing. It is... God, what's it called? Forgot what it's called. But ironically, it's the America has used that symbol for healing, but it's actually like the universal symbol for commerce and like spending and stuff. So I'm like, yeah, America would make like a symbol for money and sales be healthcare. Where is that staff? I don't actually know where it is. I'm now lost in the level.
Area secure.
Here, I will show you though some of the stuff that I had to cut, you know, just for the sake of time. No! Throw a grenade in the shredder if you get a chance. You know what? Next time I run by it, I'll do that. I just saw Flood form retreat like a Reach AI. Well, the Flood are using Halo 3 AI, which I think are not like easy, but easier to set up in the Reach engine. And the Halo 3 Flood will occasionally retreat. Like they'll back off of you and reposition, where, you know, that's not exactly Halo 1 Flood like. Halo 1 Flood will just, they constantly push into your space. There we go. We're getting close to where you see the elites that were trying to wake up Chief, right? Or did we run past that? We might have just run past that. I'm sort of on autopilot right now. Okay, so the Marines here, or not Marines, like the crewmen. This animation is from Halo Reach. It's like the civilians in the New Alexandria level. They will cower in fear like this, but I think the run animation when they're like just kind of like roaming and running around, that I think is the unarmed civilian animation from Halo 3. So it's two different animations that are being used there. But I got to get a better look at them. What I need is a tool that can set my own checkpoints and reload them whenever I need. There you go. You take that. Now you can fire a weapon because you know what that is. The plasma rifle that I just gave you. Halo 1 Flutter, well, the best way I can describe it is they're like a fat boy and you are the Golden Corral. Oh boy. I like Infinite and Combat Evolved more predictable melee that you can dodge. I like Infinite and Combat Evolved as more predictable. Oh, like when the elites are like whacking you? Yeah, they I like Halo Infinite's elites a little bit more, I think. Their animations. Like, I do think Halo Infinite's elites, like, their legs are a little bit too long. Like, a little bit too long. You know, they've got, like, no waist, all legs. but they are more expressive and they communicate their intentions a lot more clearly. Like, you know when one is about to dodge something because you can see it in his body language what he's planning to do. And it's not really like that in Halo Reach. And same with, like, meleeing and stuff. And I think some of that might have to do with the fact that, like, Reach Elites are also designed for, like, for multiplayer. So there is a bit of their animation set that is, like, stiff and rigid, you know, for the sake of being, like, a predictable, you know, hitbox for you to shoot at in PvP. You see, that's what their melee animation looks like. And it damages you before it's even done playing.
Engaging the unclean. Seeking cover.
Yeah, it's not very... You can't really predict it. A little bit too quick. Hey, LNG, what is the best Halo CE VO best mission in your eyes? HCE VO? What do you... Voiceover? What's the best voiceover? That's a good question.
It looks like the Covenant wanted to catch you napping.
Look. Halo Reach idle stance. Fire your weapons. Switch back to chillin'. Look at him go. That must be how they triggered them to kind of stay put and fire at you. I wonder if they're sort of like, they'll fire at you, then they go idle. And then it's kind of like, oh my god, there's a player up there, and they start shooting, then they're like turned off, and they go back to idle. So they're like, over and over again, startled and surprised that you have appeared in front of them, and that's how they're getting them to do that. I wonder if that's what they're doing. Halo Combat Evolved. Gotcha. Okay. I think that my favorite set of... I really like Silent Cartographer, but that's because that mission kicks ass. I really like Truth and Reconciliation, the sniper mission. And I like Two Betrayals, which is, you know, nighttime snow, sniper rifles, Flood and Elites all fighting each other. So look at this. If you come into this room, we all know that in the original Combat Evolved Anniversary, there is an Easter egg. There is another Spartan on the Pillar of Autumn. There's another one. Petty Officer First Class Linda 058. Master Chief is John 117, so the Spartan is 058. She is in critical condition, and her cryostasis pod is keeping her alive. And then you can even see right over here, it's cryopod 12 that she's in, and she's in medical suspension. You can see the occupant, see locked for medical intervention, command authorization needed. Like, nobody can unlock her without command authorization because she is in critical condition. See, and you can see here, Cryopod 7, which was Master Chief, you are online and active somewhere on the ship. That's like a cool little bit of detail, right? The Magnum sounds like the Halo 5 one merged with the original, but I don't know. I don't know where this sound was sourced from. I don't know if it's an original sound or... you know, if it is like a sound from a prior Halo game that is playing different in this audio engine. I don't think it's reused from anywhere. I mean, you know, like the reloading, that is reused. I think it's reused from Halo 5, like the reloading sounds, but the actual firing sound for it, I don't know where it's from. So Linda was in the Pillar of Autumn too. She was. She got off Reach. But she was fatally wounded in the process. And if you've ever read First Strike, you know that there's a lot of dumb bullshit that happened after Halo 1. The story of how Master Chief and Johnson got back to Earth is very stupid. But it makes for a very entertaining book. But holy shit is it stupid. It's like, if I were to explain it to you, it would sound like fan fiction. They go back to Reach, which still has not been fully glassed yet. So, like, Halo Reach is in the process of being destroyed right now. There are still parts of the planet that are, like, that battles are being fought on. And after Halo 1... Master Chief finds Johnson, who is, like, floating through space with Linda's cryopod, and he gets them into his longsword, and then they go back to Reach and fight some more on planet Reach. And then they get, like, a magical Forerunner crystal. It's, oh my god, First Strike is so fucking dumb, but it's a very good read.
Punch it.
You should try the 3 times enemy multiplier on the flood levels. They get intense. Do they? Is that like a mod, or is there a skull that does that?
We're gonna make it, aren't we, sir? I don't want to die out here.
So this, interestingly enough, is from the Bungie storyboards. Look at this. I can't remember if it was this specific shot, but it's definitely the shot of them traveling across the ring. This shot is from the Bungie storyboards.
What is that thing, Lieutenant? Hell if I know, but we're landing on it.
And then I think that shot is also from the Bungie storyboards, like this whole little sequence here. I don't know. I prefer the original. I think it had a little bit more energy, a little bit more excitement. Like, it didn't slow down, you know? But I also understand that by that point you already saw the ring, you know? Because if you went to the bridge, that's where the ring was. You get your good look at it. For this, you didn't see the ring yet, which was the intention originally for the opening of Halo 1. So it's like you gotta have, like, your big reveal of the ring for the player. Yeah.
You sure you wouldn't rather take a seat?
They turned Halo cinematics into this UE5 modern cutscene where characters are just standing still and talking. Man, have you played the original Halo? Halo 1's cutscenes are people standing still and talking. There's more stuff going on in these new cutscenes. Sometimes there's too much stuff happening. I believe this shot here was also from the Bungie storyboards. Not this one. It's that one, where the Marines are getting yanked out. I believe that was also there.
Chief.
Entering the ring's atmosphere. Yeah, it seems like you're definitely already into the ring's atmosphere, and you have been there for a little while now.
The impact. There's nothing we can do.
How do you guys feel about the Halo ring? In the original, this was like a massive ocean. And in the remake, they made it like high up in the mountains. Like, you get the idea that you're kind of at the peak of a mountain. or possibly the tallest mountain in this whole region. And then there's also they made the big wall a little bit more prominent, because it was there on the original ring skybox, but now that that Halo ring is like a 3D model, they can actually have like that wall kind of be there already. But I don't know how to feel about it, because I feel like the fact that the ring is a 3D object now that you're literally on, I feel like it makes the Halo ring feel smaller. It makes it feel a little bit more claustrophobic, you know, than the original, where it kind of like stretched way off into the horizon. And, you know, like that band was tiny, the other side of the ring. Maybe not like realistic if you were to be standing on a Halo ring, but I liked it. But also, there's a part of me that wonders if this Halo was maybe developed with the knowledge that folk would be sometimes playing it at like 120 field of view. Because if you crank up your field of view a little bit, well, you know, to the max values, it does feel bigger, the ring. Not a lot, but bigger. But, you know, this, I feel like a little bit tunnel vision-y. I don't know. It's just, I'm hoping that I'll be able to talk to some designers this year at Halo Fest, because I want to know about this remake. Like, some questions like that, like, were parts of the game and its art and the layout of things in the skybox redesigned, resized, and stuff for higher fields of view.
Warning. Detected incoming Banshee fighters.
Incoming Banshee fighters. I started reading the Halo the Flood. I haven't read it in ages. And it's pretty good. I think the Master Chief bits are not good at all. Like, they're really badly written. But everything that's original, that was not part of the original Halo 1 story, is great. It's so good. Really entertaining. I think William Dietz was having a lot of fun writing the characters of the elites and the grunts. And it was really interesting as well, because it was this weird, like, proto period for the Halo franchise where the characterization of the elites, grunts, and prophets was not set in stone by Halo 2 yet. So the elites were sort of like arrogant, mean-spirited, prideful, not in like an honor sense, like in a prideful way. Like, they were sort of cowardly prideful. And they thought very, like, they seemed like corrupt, you know? And the prophets were described as having literally like a hover, like a anti-gravity belt. So it's like an old guy just like hanging there in the air with an anti-gravity belt, keeping him afloat, like he's a balloon or something. It's like very entertaining, like a very weird part of early Halo that's very fun to read. Darkness.
Good to see you, sir. I thought we were the only ones who made it off the Pillar of Autumn. Good to see you, sir. Welcome to the party.
It's a mess, sir. We're scattered all over this valley.
Why are they sitting in front of a prophet listening to him monologuing and not capping him then and there? Yes, yes. And I have thought of a remedy. No, so one of my pet projects that I'm doing is I'm re-editing that cutscene. And I started to kind of get a little bit out of hand, and I was like completely redoing like the intention of that cutscene. Like I was taking clips and shuffling them around and completely changing what the point of that cutscene is. Not that it's like good, but there was intention behind that scene, and I was editing basically a new scene that was missing the point of the original one. So I am probably what I'm going to do is storyboard my own version of how that cutscene went rather than fucking with this current one. Or I'm going to fuck around with it for fun, but I'll show you guys probably before I end the stream, but yeah, so here's what they should have done with that prophet. That prophet should have he's like a mad scientist, right? And you see when he comes out of the shadow, like chicking, like his crest thing comes online, and you see that he's got like things in his head, like wires and stuff in his head. Like, got it. Okay, he's supposed to come off like a mad scientist. The brute coming out of the shadows, and the brute has like pipes and wires and bolts, and it's supposed to be like Frankenstein's monster. Like, I get it. But they're not playing into that. So the prophet should have been like, in my opinion, that prophet should have been blind. And clearly blind and like, hold your fire, everyone. Like, are you enjoying your stay here, demon? Like, looking around, kind of, like being escorted to something. You could have Master Chief fire off a shot, and it's like, boom, like a shield. Like, okay, he can't shoot him. And he's just like, nice try, demon, but I've prepared. Like, and the prophet is getting dressed as he's speaking to Chief. And the final thing should have been like his prophet crest, and it turns online. And then his eyes should have started glowing the same blue glow of his crest. Like, and now he can see. Implying that, like, not only is the prophet experimenting with the creatures around him, he's also experimenting on his own body. Like self-improvement, demon. Something you are very aware of. I don't like how they characterize the brutes here, using inhibitors to control them. Halo 2 had a better characterization of them following blindly to faith. It's serving a purpose. It's supposed to be like a Frankenstein's monster type thing. It's supposed to be Frankenstein's monster type of thing. And I'm okay with it. In fact, if you want to maybe do more of a connection, so how, if you want to explain maybe what they're trying to go for with it, or if they're clever, this is what they'd go for with it. The Halo Wars 2 version of the brutes and the Halo Infinite version of the brutes are very different. Like, they're very calm, thoughtful, and, like, strategic and intelligent. Because they can think clearly. And that's kind of out of character for brutes. Brutes are simple. They're not stupid, but they're simple. And they tend to get carried away very easily. Just because of their biology, And what they could do if they wanted to be smart is the Banished, how, much calmer they seem and more cognizant and in control of their emotions. In Halo Wars 2 and Halo Infinite, you could say it was the end product of these experiments to kind of allow the brutes control over their more animalistic instincts. That's a cool scene there. Skill Up can shut the fuck up. The scene was cool. No, Skill Up's video was very good, but him saying, like, have you heard this song here? It makes no sense. And I'm like, did you play the fucking campaign? That's like the song Johnson likes.
If that nav data has what we need, we can finally strike back at these bastards.
What do you mean the song's weird? It's literally the Johnson song. In Halo 2's defense, they did follow under Tartarus, who was the most collected of the brutes. He was the most collected of the brutes, but he was very cruel. He was very, very cruel, and he liked being cruel. But yes, he was more collected. Like, he had to, you know, if I were you, I'd tell your boys, chill. And he has to, like a dog, he has to snap back at, like, his younger brutes, because they just want to fuck up Johnson. I attribute that to Tartarus being older. He's got the gray hair. They go from, you're always hungry, to, sir. Yeah, that you're always hungry line, it sounded like Steve Downs didn't quite understand the context of the scene he was in. Yeah, and okay, so there's this bit in Halo 4 that I think can embody. Here, I'll show it to you, okay? And don't worry, this is it might be a nitpick, but I think you can glean some value out of it. It is, in my opinion, the way that you do good Master Chief dialogue. And what not to do. Hang on.
Good,
Hang on, almost there. Almost there. It's this famous cutscene that everybody loves. But here we go. This cutscene almost ends on the coolest fucking moment ever. Okay?
Infinity, this commander
And it is a great case study in what not to have Chief say.
Casualties and require immediate assistance, over.
Okay, so
Affirmative, sir, but
on a scouting run.
here we go.
Sir, we'll never get the wounded back to the ship on foot.
I don't know if it's too soon to ask you for a favor, but we're gonna run out of breathing room here real quick. I don't suppose you're any good at clearing LZs.
On occasion.
Stop. That's how the cutscene ends. That's all he has to say. But that's not all he says.
I'll send out an all clear once the area is secured.
That wasn't necessary. That wasn't... He did too much. He did too much. It should have just been on occasion. And that's it. Boom. Like, that would have been perfect. But, yeah, so there are a lot of instances like that where Chief will be like, all right, Chief, let's get going. And then it's like, and scene. But then he'll go, affirmative. According to the logs, the objective... It's like, stop. No more. You guys are talking too much. And definitely don't have Chief going, like, affirmative, or the objective is through these, like... Everyone's on the same page. Chief doesn't need to be shouting out, like, military jargon and stuff. I know he's a soldier, but he is not that kind of soldier. Yeah, so that cutscene is sort of like, could you imagine if it ended like that? I don't suppose you got experience clearing out LZs on occasion. And that's it. That's the way the scene ends. That would have been a badass Master Chief moment. In fact, there is a badass Master Chief moment in Halo 4. You know, in order to not seem like an annoying hater. And I'll show it to you. And Devin is the one who reminded me of this, talking to him, you know. And he is absolutely right, because this, and it's not going to be the one you think. It's not going to be the no, sir moment. It's not that. It is, where is it? Here we go. So
we take care of the Kari Doctor. Keep routing your people to the evac centers. Once we take care of the composer, you won't have much time.
There's a little bit too much of, like, you know, technical jargon, but this moment here. He's telling her, destroy your life's work. You've basically grown up on this space station researching this thing, and I am about to blow up all of your work. Basically, in like, your life will now be meaningless. Your life's work will be wasted. Your entire life's experience I am going to destroy. And you are an old woman. But I have to do it to save your life.
I'll make sure the nukes are primed so you can detonate them remotely.
Quietly walks
Maybe
away.
next time you rescue us, you can give us more time to pack.
Next time.
That's it. That's a Master Chief moment. See, that is a good-ass Master Chief moment. See, that's how you do it. So, yeah, in these prequel missions, there are a lot of Master Chief saying a thing and then going, remember, our objective is we need to proceed to the rendezvous, blah, blah, blah. It's shut up, shut the fuck up. Shut up. He's talking too much. Yeah, that moment from Halo 4, it's like Halo 4 has both an example of how what not to write Chief like, as well as how to write Chief. What you do not have Chief say is, on occasion, I'll send out an SOS once I've secured the rendezvous point. You can rally at these like, no. Do not write Master Chief and scenes with Master Chief like everybody is on the autism spectrum and they need everything spelled out for them. Like, but what about the coordinates? They don't know where to go. It's like, no, it's a scene. It's a scene. They all get it. They're on the same page. It's okay. Chief doesn't need to remind people of what they're doing. They all understand subtext. That's my secret, Cap. I'm always hungry. Yeah. And you know, for the Prophet, I thought about it, and like the whole demon thing, like I thought you of all creatures would appreciate such dedication to self-improvement. I'm like, what does he mean by that? I thought you of all creatures would appreciate such dedication to self-improvement. Does the Prophet know what Spartans are? They call them demons. I assume that there is a bit of like religious stuff to it where they do think that there is something demonic about them. But like, so the Prophet understands that Master Chief is a genetically engineered super soldier. I think that could have been a fun moment to make the Prophet seem a little bit unhinged compared to some of the other ones where, for the, unhinged in a smart way, like a mad scientist type way, where he reveals that he knows a bit more about what Spartans are. Like, I know about you. You're no different from the brutes in my beakers, demon. Or should I say, Spartan. I can't wait to put you on a lab table and open you up. Think of all we could learn. It's like, he's a scientist. You gotta play into some of that. I mean, and that's me being corny for the sake of being, getting my point across. Obviously, that, I think, is a little bit too cringy. But you get the idea, right? Hey, Disney, calm mom. Give me that chip. Chief moves in. No, sir. Yeah, that was a fucking badass moment from Halo 4.
I'll take point.
Yeah, right there, like Master Chief. I'll take point. Like, no, shut the fuck up. He knows. Johnson knows. He's on the same page as you.
Cover me.
Cover me. He's already been doing that. Like, it's unnecessary. And also, there is a bit of, like, I'm subscribed to the, like, when you're playing as Chief, I don't think he should be talking. Because I feel like that's at the point where I am him. Like, Chief and I are on the same page about things. We are working together. I'm controlling him. He's existing as the body for me. And having him do things that are out of my control, I think, kind of takes me out of the moment. Where I can be, like, jumping around, throwing grenades, like, overwhelmed and stressed by an elite that's chasing me with a sword, and Chief will just say, cover me. I see you up there with your sniper rifle, Johnson. I want you to start picking them. And it's just like, shit, what's going on? Why is he talking? Like, I'm not in the middle of combat right now. In old Halo, everyone was treated as if they were professionals. In new Halo, everyone needs everything spelled out. I don't think it's that, because professionals would be spelling things out, you know? But we're not, like, this isn't real, you know? This isn't, like, real military. It's, you gotta, like, it's like a, you know, it's a story. You don't have to have everyone making sure that everything is absolutely clear, no room for, you know, misinterpretations or anything, like, you know, military chatter. You don't need any of that. This is a story. Where's that elite? He's still down there. Oh. Is he over here now? Yeah, there he is. Hey, I was looking for you. All right, now that door should unlock. Yep. See, this is the stuff where if they had an extra couple of months, they would have polished up those awkward moments like that where, you know, you can tell the flow isn't quite there. Like, the idea is good, the flow is not quite there yet, and a couple of extra months would have tightened up some of these encounters. Can confirm professionals are very spell it out. Yeah, like that. That's why they're professional. Because they leave absolutely no room for misinterpretation. Everything is spelled out to an autistic degree. But these are basically like, not heroes. I don't want to say heroes because holy shit. Like, I don't want, you know, I don't want what happened with Call of Duty Warzone and, you know, characters like Captain Price to happen to these Halo characters. But they are like stars in a movie. They can be on the same page because they're all part of the same script, you know? Like, the dialogue can be subtext laden.
Contacts on tracker.
343 wasn't polishing shiz. They were. What are you fucking talking about? They weren't polishing shit. If they weren't polishing shit, the game wouldn't even launch, you know? Like, you'd load it up and your computer would explode. There would be nothing playable. Because you think that elite is moving because they weren't polishing it? The only reason the game doesn't have even worse cutscenes is because of polishing work. The reason the cutscenes look so bad is because they still had a lot more work to do, and they weren't allowed to. Guys, working on it, like, being able to play Halo Infinite when there weren't even animations for the guns. And when there were animations, they were busted as fuck, you know? Like, a shotgun was a block, like a square that said shotgun on the side of it. You know? The battle rifle was using Halo 5 battle rifle as a placeholder, and if you looked in a specific direction, the glint from the sun would blind the screen, and sometimes that would make the game crash. That was unpolished! Like, seeing it week after week, new details added that were not there previously. Animations getting fixed, animations being added, models coming in, textures coming in, lighting coming in, shadow coming in. Shadows being broken as fuck one week, and then the next week they're fine. In fact, they look a little bit better. And then they have to be downgraded a little bit because the Xbox keeps crashing that you're playtesting on. Like, polishing, there is so... what you are seeing now is the stuff that unfortunately they could not get to. And it's like a thankless job because you will never see the shit that they did get to. Because they got to it.
What do you think all this is for?
Nothing good.
Something really weird about
I don't like the Bulldog. I don't like the Bulldog either. The Bulldog's stupid.
Unlikely.
Look.
More like experiments.
It's a Halo 4 Elite with Halo 2 style eyes.
That's our exit. I'll get it.
Interesting, right? I think what they're trying to go for here is they're trying to set up the Covenant that you see in Halo 4. And you don't have to like them. But you don't have to like them, but it at least explains where they came from, that they were like crazy genetic experiments, and you get the vibe that this prophet is preparing for the future. Ah, look, the abominations. At least it canonized them as genetic monstrosities. Yup, it did. Canonically, the Halo 4 and 5 elites are science experiments from a crazy person. I would fucking love to... I wonder if I can clip my camera in there. Damn it. There's gotta... Is there a way to clip the camera into these things? Modding? Okay, that's what I thought. Science experiments that crashed onto the unknown planet, which eventually created the Storm Covenant. See, like, I don't like these designs as, like, new evergreen designs for the Covenant creatures, which is what Halo 4 tried to do. Like, I think that this elite face lacks expressiveness. I see what they were going for. And as weird as it fucking sounds, okay, this is going to sound crazy, and I know that I'm one of the guys that spearheaded the hatred of them. I think what they were trying to go for was an evolution of the head shape that they had in Halo 3 and build it up to be a little bit more monstrous. But I think they got a little bit lost in the weeds, and unfortunately the head of these Halo 4 elites does not look great. And no, they're not, like, biting. Like, their mandibles aren't going to bite into their eyes. Like, literally look at them. The mandibles curve downwards. They curve away from the eyes. But the mandibles are less expressive than the other ones. That's why the elites always have, like, their fucking mouths hanging open. Like dogs that struggle with breathing, you know? It's not a very expressive face. It's not very, you know... Doesn't leave a lot of room for, like, a range of depictions, like having them be more noble, more civilized. Like, they've just got to look like monsters. The Jackal is a cool-ass design. And in fact, there are a couple of callbacks to Halo 1 in there, like the glands on the side of their neck, which are pretty cool, as well as the shorter snout. But I think it's a little bit too divorced from what a jackal is, and weirdly enough, a little bit too similar to an elite in some areas. And I think it should have been introduced as a new animal, like a new creature, a new alien, that has the role of jackal. I think that would have been fine, right? If it's like jackals. Jackals are in Halo 4. That's the jackal. They're carrying their shields. They got their plasma pistol, you know, shoot the hand to make them flinch. But canonically, this is a new alien creature. I think that could have been cool. Oh my god, the elites don't have helmets on. Holy fuck. I need to make an AI-generated thumbnail YouTube video of, like, a fat elite in a wheelchair. And make my audience angry. Elites don't have their helmets on. This game is shitty and bad. Bald! It feels so weird being a guy who has put hundreds of hours into Halo 4. Are you? Did you grind Halo 4 when it came out? You were on the multiplayer grind? I remember putting some hours into the multiplayer. Not as many hours as Halo Reach, but... it was fun when the multiplayer map packs were being released, you know? I prefer they just retcon the 343 designs in the Reclaimer Saga and keep those experiments in Easter eggs that connect as future or new enemy types. Oh yeah, Rebecca has 515 hours in Pokepia. Guys, if you got to switch to Pokepia, is fucking good. Really fucking good. Oh yeah, I fucking love this. These things are basically like, they're like boxes, like packaging. Like there are elites and there are Halo 4 elites and Halo 4 jackals, as well as like the new Halo Wars brutes in there. And they are being shipped out to somewhere. And I think that that's fun, and that's probably why by the time of Halo 4, that, like, those versions of the Covenant are sort of everywhere. Am I supposed to go this way? No, I heard. Maybe? Yeah. Oh, are we coming up? We are. Here it is. Oh boy. It's the fucking cutscene. Well, I like that Master Chief catches a grenade and throws it at a grunt that is like 2 feet away from him. Like, oh, good throw, sir. And the elite there hitting the... It's got to keep Chief guessing, got to keep him on his toes, you know? If, like, Master Chief, you're, like, shooting at him and you're standing in an open room with no cover, like, just every now and then... do that. Master Chief won't know what the fuck to do because you took him by surprise.
Hold your fire, my children. Have you enjoyed your stay so far, demon? Had you and your companion given word?
There is a version of this cutscene where that prophet, nothing behind the eyes. There's no expression. He's just like, are you not impressed with our work here? Like, his pupils are just frozen dead center. So they did add a little bit more life there before they had to get the game out. They put Craig in a test tube. Yeah, they did.
Here you can observe the true beauty of the Covenant. Our collective strength, the reflection of each member's devotion.
I don't get that shot there where he's like, ooh, and the camera focused on his hand. It was very weird.
Long our partner since the writ of union, the burning edge of the Covenant's blade.
And that's Tim DiDabo's voice actor. Or, not voice actor, that's him. That's who he is. Tim DiDabo. Tim DiDabo is a real person. He's a real voice actor. He's not a fictional construct. Look, it's supposed to be Frankenstein's monster. He's supposed to be a mad scientist. He's got wires plugged into his head.
Their rage can be controlled.
Reshape.
Reshaped.
I also sped that up in my edit, like, to make it look like, you know, there's a little bit more kinetic energy. You can tell that that was a hero shot that they spent a little bit more time on, because that specific shot was a lot more polished up. And that poor brute, look at his face. There's no animations on his face, probably because they didn't have time, and they were like, they just like, they won't notice, dude. The prophet, he won't blink. We gotta fix that. The brute's got a helmet on. Nobody's gonna notice that his face isn't moving. We gotta fix this fucking cutscene. Look, do you hear Master Chief? He's like fucking saying something. I don't know what he's babbling about, and there's a brute chasing me. Why did he put the Doom Guy armor power up on him? Okay, so this is... It's... Like I said, I see what they were trying to do, and they did not have enough time. Everything has a purpose in that cutscene. It's... Here, let me show you, okay? Meteorite content, movies, cinematics pre-render. It is this one? Yes. Okay. There's going to be no voiceover. I can maybe dramatically reenact some of it. Okay, so that, like, they run in here. Oh my god. They probably had something more dramatic in their storyboards, but due to time, they couldn't. So unfortunately, they're all standing there. And it's obviously mocap. Because doing, like, hand animation for all of these guys was probably gonna take way too much fucking time, and they were on a crunch. The game was gonna be released early, so it's like, fuck it, the Elite. He's gotta hit Master Chief with one of these. Look, see him? And they added a little sound effect, so he hits Chief with the hug, left, right. This is supposed to be like lightning striking. I think that's what they're doing. Mad scientist, he's crazy. Frankenstein monsters. The room you're in is full of test tubes. If you look up, you can see like coils with lightning in them. It's trying to give you mad science experiment vibes. So the introduction, lightning crackling. That's what it's supposed to look like, I think. And then his harness comes online. He's got, like, pipes going into his head. You can see wires and stuff up there. Like, got it. He's an evil scientist. Okay. So hold your fire, my children. If we come over here, like, we get it. Okay. Our collective strength through each member of, like, he's introducing all of the creatures. The brute here, though, look at him. His eyes are glowing very brightly. He's like shaking his head and stuff. There's no facial animation, but you know if they had a couple more months, he would have been like angry, like wanting to like tear somebody's head off. You know that that's what they wanted to do, but they didn't have enough time to do it. So we're stuck with a brute that's mo-capped and his face is frozen. Look, my eyes are glowing. I'm mad. I'm a brute. I'm a Frankenstein monster. And he's like, under my guidance, their rage can be controlled, reshaped. And he takes out this little thing, and he puts it in the brute. And now look, there's like, whoom, whoom, whoom. You see the energy pulsing up there? And now look at the glow on the brute's eyes. It dims. It dims, and the brute starts standing up straighter. And his face is not animated because they didn't have enough time. But you know if they did, that brute is supposed to look like he's chilling the fuck out. Like, whatever it is that... you know, he put in there is calming the brute so that the brute can be more intelligent while retaining his strength. He is making the brute smarter and more dangerous. Which is why when Johnson shoots at the brute, stands in the way, and it breaks the thing, and all the rage comes flying back, but even more out of control, and he goes crazy and starts attacking everyone around him. It's introducing you to the gameplay mechanic for the brutes. That's the point of that cutscene. And they didn't have enough time. They didn't have enough time. I think it's a fun idea. I think it's fun. Someone says this feels like fan fiction. You're only saying that because the cutscene's not finished. If that cutscene was like a blur cutscene and polished up, it would have been fucking awesome. Look at this. Look, see, if we look in here, we can see more of the brutes. And look, they look a lot like Halo Wars 2 brutes. Like, they're shaved. The head is a little bit more egghead-like. I think it's a fun idea. Let me see Craig the Brute also. Yeah, we're gonna get a look at Craig. He's in this room somewhere. This had potential. It did, you're right. If the cutscene was finished, it would still suck, bro. No, it wouldn't. You suck. The cutscene's... The idea is there. If it can be controlled, reshaped with my guidance. I can see it. I can see the finished cutscene in my mind, and it drives me fucking crazy. Because there is a version of these cutscenes that are so fucking fun. You take Halo too seriously. You need to have more fun with Halo. I, for one, would like to see an Island of Dr. Moreau science experiment gone wrong with brutes and an evil prophet with wires in his head. I think that sounds like fun. I think that sounds a lot more fun than Master Chief is sad because he's a child soldier. Yeah, there he is. Here, once I kill him, we're going to find Craig the Brute. There he is. I know that mug. There he is. And what's fucking hilarious about this is, like, okay, so he's naked, but that's not what's funny. The textures for his face are not... Look, it's different. The eyes aren't even, like, the same style. Like, they ported in, like, Halo Infinite. They ported in, like, the Halo Infinite textures and stuff for his face just for this fucking joke that no one's gonna notice. That's funny. Free my boy! I'm cringe because I don't like the thing you like, bug brain? Yeah, you are cringe, toilet head. One of a kind Craig. So this canonically is where Craig came from. And then with Halo Infinite, you see a little bit more of his journey. Because in Halo Infinite, if you go to the top of the tower where people are being tortured, you can find Craig is a musician in The Banished. He doesn't fight anymore. He's hung up his arms, and now he plays music. And you can see, like, he is doing a tour across Zeta Halo for the Banished. And you just miss him, because all of his sound stuff is still there on top of that tower. Hey, how's your night been? Commander, dude, I saw that you gifted me Metal Garden. Thank you for that. I have been meaning to get back to you about that. It's interesting. It's really interesting. It reminds me a lot of Halo, weirdly enough. It's cool. I only need Legendary and Lasso for 100%. Really? You're already there? Dude, congrats. And have people done guides yet for Lasso? Because that's the one where I'm like, I don't want to do Lasso. Maybe I'll leave that one alone. Craig has some lore. He does have lore. He does have lore. Yap, yap. It's good to hear from you, man. Metal Garden is very cool. Metal Garden is very, very cool. Metal Garden is very quiet as well, which is nice. It's a very, very, I told you guys one of my weird autistic obsessions this year was mega structures. For like a solid 2 weeks, I was hyper into mega structures. I read this manga called, what was it called? It was like a weird word. It was called like Rage or something like that. And it was just like very quiet, very eerie, something like that. I can't remember the name of it. But it was about people in a megastructure, and that was fucking awesome. And Metal Garden is about being trapped in a giant megastructure, and it's very quiet and it's very eerie. The Prophet of Minge. That's disgusting. How dare you? He's beautiful. He's gorgeous. He's perfect. Yeah, Craig the Brute. He is, isn't he? Much love, man. Was good chatting. It was good chatting with you too, dude. I feel like even if the bulky elites return, I want the Halo Wars 1 launch designs. They were so good. That design was used in the prototype in Legends. I don't like the wait, when you say the Halo Wars 1, do you mean like the really fat fucking ones from the announcement trailer? Because those guys look goofy. They look like balloon animals. Or do you just mean the ones from like the cutscenes? Because those are cool. Those are cool looking. The game I did 100% for the moment it launched to last year, and yes, there are guides for Lasso via Silver and so on. Good to know. How difficult is it? Was Blame? It was called. Yeah, Blame. Yeah, it was a bizarre word that makes like doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah, Blame was the name of it. It was cool. Blame was eerie as shit. I don't read manga, but I did read Blame, and that was an artistic experience unlike any other. It was so weird the way that world was drawn. It was very cool. And the just like an entire page is just a structure that seems like a room that's so incomprehensibly big. Okay. By the way, I saw your comment on the Sunset Overdrive E3 trailer from months ago. It's a shame that game doesn't get a lot more love. I liked that game. Yeah, Sunset Overdrive was cool. That game was fun. It was a lot like Jet Set Radio. In hindsight, there's a lot of millennial cringe in that. Like, it's like, oh my god, if you can't stand like that, you know, like that kind of, you know, did that just happen? It's, oh my god, like the game is gonna kill you. Like it will be the death of you. So be prepared. But the actual like gameplay of the game, the art direction, the animation quality, that game is a joy to play. And the color balancing of that game. It is one of the most beautifully colorful games I've ever played. Mega my structure. I keep reading Blame as Blam. What the chungus? Yeah, basically. Two betrayals here. We'll do two betrayals because this is a cutscene where the cutscene at the beginning is... This cutscene is so frustrating because it's like the sloppiest cutscene in the game, and then it just locks the fuck in at the end. And it's like, yes, yes, you know, standing ovation. But it's so inconsistent to get there.
Which means that any organism with sufficient mass and cognitive capability is a potential vector. On that point, all the tests were conclusive. Is something wrong?
Master Chief's staring at that because he knows that Cortana's in there.
Nothing.
Splendid.
And Guilty Spark doesn't know yet. Like, see, a little bit of picking up the pace maybe, but I think it's all right. But once Cortana springs out of there, it's like some stuff is great, some stuff isn't.
Protocol does not allow units with my classification to perform a task as important as the reunification of the index with the core.
Camera orbiting Chief, following Guilty Spark's movement. Looks cool, looks awesome. Guilty Spark is higher on the screen than Chief. Guilty Spark is the one in charge. He's ordering Chief around. We're looking down on Chief from Guilty Spark's perspective. Like, Chief is just following orders. Look at Guilty Spark. He's getting closer. This is what he wants. It's already setting the stage for Spark is not telling him something. And I'm like, this is great. This is great. That's awesome.
That wasn't supposed to happen.
Oh, really?
Boom. That's awesome. That's good. But then this part is not as good.
12 hours. 12 hours I've been stuck in here, watching you cozy up to that thing while it sharpens the knife to slit our throats.
Hold on.
In the original cutscene, she's like yelling at Chief because she's so fucking angry that he almost turned on Halo.
Do you have any idea what that bastard almost made you do?
Yes.
Like, she's like mad at Chief in the original cutscene, and I think it worked a little bit better.
Which is why we brought the index to the control.
But her saying, "Is he your pal? Is he your chum?" Like, she's yelling from across the room, and you can see her like doing still. I'm like, that's funny. That's she's mocking Chief now.
You mean this?
A construct in the core.
That was a great shot.
Absolutely unacceptable.
That was a great shot of Guilty Spark coming online.
What impertinence!
And yet can work. You just need to tighten it up. And I know because I did it in my edit of this cutscene. That took too long.
You sure that's a good idea?
She should have snapped and it was gone, and then her eyes should have been glowing green. And she's like, is that a good idea?
You can just float and sputter.
Enough.
You can just float and sputter.
The flood is spreading. If we activate Halo's defenses, we can wipe them out.
See, some of the bones here are good. Chief right now is split in half by gold on one side, blue on the other side. It's Cortana and Guilty Spark. He's standing between them. Like, we've got the bones for something interesting here. Delivery's a little bit off, but if they had a couple extra months, they probably would have been able to iron that out.
And that's exactly what Halo is designed to do. Wipe the galaxy clean of all sentient life. You don't believe me?
Now it locks
Ask
the
him.
fuck in, this cutscene.
Is it true?
More or less. Technically, this installation's pulse has a maximum effective radius of 25,000 light years. But once the others follow suit...
Look at him. He's now shrouded in darkness.
Or at least any life with sufficient biomass to sustain the flow. But you already...
There's like a vignette on the side of the screen. It's getting darker. We're moving in on him. He's starting to look a little bit unhinged. He's like tilted to the side.
We have followed outbreak containment procedure to the letter. You were with me each step of the way as we managed this crisis.
Look, he's retreating into the shadows. He's looking more like evil. And you see the light is coming up from the bottom.
If it were my choice, would I do it?
It makes him look more evil because there's shadows and stuff.
My answer has not changed. There is no choice. We must activate the
Look,
ring.
Chief stands
Get us out
directly
of here.
If you are
in front of him, and like Cortana is in the back of his head. He stands right in the front, like he is standing between Guilty Spark and Cortana.
will be forced to take her from you.
And then this.
That's not going to happen.
So be it.
Line delivery's a little bit weird, but
Dispose of the rest.
that's good. It locks the fuck in at the end. That was fucking cool, you know? It's a little bit awkward, but the intention was there. And then, let's look at the original, though, because I think the original, the argument was funnier. Combat Evolved cutscenes. Obviously, that one, there were more dynamic camera angles and stuff. But I think the characterization of Cortana in that cutscene was just funnier. That's the way I'll put it. It was a little bit more humorous. Hey, I almost skipped to it.
Unfortunately, my usefulness to this particular endeavor has come to an end. Protocol does not allow units with my classification to perform a task as important as the reunification of the index with the core. That final step is reserved for you, Reclaimer. Odd. That wasn't supposed to happen.
Oh, really?
Cortana.
I've spent the last 12 hours cooped up in here watching you toady about, helping that thing get set to slit our throats.
Hold on now. He's a friend.
Oh, I didn't realize. He's your pal, is he? Your chum? Do you have any idea what that bastard almost made you do?
Yes. Activate Halo's defenses and destroy the Flood, which is why we brought the index to the control center.
You mean this?
A construct in the core? That is absolutely unacceptable.
Sod off!
What impertinence! I shall purge you at once!
You sure that's a good idea?
It's funny.
How dare you! Oh!
Do what? I have the index. You can just float and sputter.
Enough!
The fact that they cut out Master Chief, like kids in like a teacher breaking up arguing school children. The fact that they cut this shot out with the remake is like a crime. Because it's funny. It's funny. The two characters are bickering. Like, she's screaming at Spark. He's screaming, I will annihilate you. Fuck you, motherfucker. Like, they're yelling at each other. It's funny. And then they like toned it down in the remake. I don't know why.
Look out! We can't let the monitor activate the ring. We have to stop him.
We have to destroy Halo. You can't destroy Halo. I am Halo. That's what Guilty Spark says in response.
According to my analysis of the available data,
Mom and the hobo I found on the street are fighting again. No. It's not like that. It's just like it's funny.
destabilize the ring and
I don't know.
through a number of primary systems. We need to trigger a detonation on a large scale, however.
See, it makes more sense for him to be fended by Sawed Off than Anya. No, but Sawed Off makes no sense. Like it. Guys, the only reason we like Sawed Off is because we're all on the spectrum and we don't like change, and we've known it as Sawed Off for our entire life. It makes no sense that she would say Sawed Off. There is a universe where and yet can be funny. Because he's like, this is unacceptable. A construct in the core, you know. And she just says, and yet. Like, being a bitch, you know? Like, yeah, you can cry all you want. Like, and yet I am. You can't stop me. there's a world where, like, that kind of change to the dialogue can work. It just, they need to be arguing. They need to be yelling at each other. And I don't know why they got rid of that energy in the remake of the cutscene. Because, like, they're talking faster, louder. The cameras are getting crazier and zooming in. And it builds up to, enough! And Chief standing between them with his arms spread out, breaking them up. Like, that's the payoff. You know, and I don't know, Chief just going, enough! In the remade cutscene, it comes out of nowhere because there was no build-up. Got a late night grunt gaming. Now that's great. Oh, me being a grunt? Dude, I can do a fucking good-ass grunt. If anybody's got a community project where they need a grunt, I could do a wicked grunt. Tea time, ain't it, Chief? Yeah, basically, that's it. Like, her saying sawed off doesn't make a lot of sense, and it's a holdover from when she was supposed to be a British character, but during recording, they were scared that she sounded too much like Jen Taylor's immediate previous role that she did in some game where she was playing a British character. I can't remember what game it was, but it was like basically she was doing an impression of her character from that game. So they were like, "Can you just like do an American accent? Like just do your voice." But the dialogue was still written Britishly, which is why Sawed Off was left. And I think Sawed Off can and should be changed. And I like Sawed Off. I think it's funny. It was delivered perfectly by her. And in Halo 1, it is perfect. That line is perfect and should be kept. But if you're going to be doing a remake, if you have the opportunity to retell that story, Sawed Off is a line that I understand and agree should be changed. The problem is, and yet, it's tough. Like that one, and yet's rough, but we can get it to work if the line delivery and the directing is good. And unfortunately, her very slowly leaning down and saying, and yet, it's like, no. We need to be picking up the pace because they're about to get into a screaming match. They can't be quiet. They should be almost talking over each other because they're so flipping mad, you know? She's, "Oi, Governor, and yet I got the index." Sort of. Got it down by the Tesco. I'm almost starting to move towards New Zealand. That was like dangerously close to. Yeah. And yeah, is Cortana rage baiting Guilty Spark? Because if he destroys her or something, the index is fucked. Yes, I understand. She is rage baiting, but that scene what we are building up to. The joke is Master Chief splitting them up like a school teacher. Like, these serious characters have devolved into a screaming match, and Chief has to be the adult in the room and enough, and break them up. That's what we're building towards. That's the joke. And in order for it to land, it needs to feel like the screaming match is getting out of control. And it doesn't. She's, you know, you could just float and sputter. Like, you can practically feel the spit coming out of her mouth because she's so, like, mad and, like, they're just so angry at each other, which, enough! But it's just, she's like, you can float and sputter. It's like, no, that should be when Cortana is like she has so much goddamn contempt for him, you know? Last thing Can I read you on Discord? Almost for gore. Yes. Can I read you on Discord, or can you send it on Discord? Is that what you mean? Hidden. This ring is iconic. Hidden Xperia. LNG, I've said this before, but you should seriously go pro with the voice acting. No. No, listen. I can do silly voices on command for a stream. That is not the same thing as voice acting. It is not the same as voice acting. Voice acting is like learning an instrument. It's learning how to play an instrument. I have done, some voice acting stuff for like community projects, and it is so fucking hard to talk like a normal person when it's like a gig, when you've got a voice act. It is not. Basically, I'm like a clown right now for you. I would make a great clown or like a court jester. But voice acting is something I would actually need to train for. And I right now I gotta pick something, Oh my god. I like lost control of my Banshee for a second. It like wouldn't stop boosting. The mythic skull is in the canyon. I know, I've got it though. Did they keep the Siege of Madrigal Easter egg? Or is it gone? Someone said, can Halo Studios use the marathon symbol? So you want to know something interesting, guys? Dev was able to explain to me what the fuck was going on with the marathon logo. And he was able to explain to me why they removed the Easter egg referencing Destiny from ODST for the MCC.
Alert. Pulse generator is still online. We need to neutralize all three. I recommend seizing a Banshee and flying to the nav point on your display.
You want to know what happened with it? It's going to blow your mind. You guys probably won't. So, if you didn't know, in ODST on the Xbox 360, there is a Destiny Easter egg. That's it. It says Destiny awaits. It's the planet Earth and a little sphere, which is the Traveler. And this was in 2009? 2009. In the MCC version of ODST, it's been replaced with this poster that says, for her, the Traveler has been changed into a moon, and then there's a Mizraya Armory logo there. So they removed the Destiny Easter egg. Now, the community, they think that it was done because, 343 hates Bungie or something like that. They think it was done because of, like, legal reasons. There's a very interesting story behind this, and Devin was actually the one who made this poster, and he told me what happened. So, in 2013, well, it was before that, for Destiny 1, Bungie and Sony, so Activision struck up a deal with Sony, and Sony had exclusive advertising rights for the Destiny franchise. To the point that Destiny 1 perfume ad. Xbox, okay, this is not what we're looking for. What we are looking for, Destiny 1 Xbox ad. Let me see if it's here. There it is. Xbox could not market Destiny. That was Sony. Sony had marketing for, so like, play Destiny on PlayStation. Alpha is on PlayStation. Beta releases first on PlayStation. They had advertising exclusivity for it. What Xbox did was they did this. The new fragrance by Xbox. Destiny perfume. And no. They got in trouble for this. They thought they were being smart. They thought they were being fucking cute, but they couldn't. And they withdrew this. They were not allowed to do this. What happened was, for the Master Chief Collection, it hadn't been announced yet, but someone at Bungie caught wind that over at 343 Industries, they were going to port ODST to the Master Chief Collection. Bungie reached out to 343 Industries and said, there is a Destiny Easter egg in ODST. We don't know if you guys are aware of it, but Sony might come after you guys if you let ODST ship with this. So it's this poster. Just to be safe, replace it. And that was it. That's all they did. And to be safe, they did replace it. And Devin was the one who came up with this. Because if they released that, Sony could probably sue Microsoft because they had the exclusive marketing rights for Destiny. And that's the story of why it was replaced. Yeah, so people are like, they hate Bungie. They hate Bungie. They want to erase their work. No, that's why it was done. Folk at Bungie reached out to them and warned them, like, we know what you guys are doing, and we hit a Destiny Easter egg in the game, and you should probably remove it. Otherwise, Sony's going to eat you guys for lunch. Hi, it's been a while. How have you been? Also, it is nice to watch one of your streams. It is nice, isn't it? Hang on, let me... Tuning into Late Night Gaming stream late at night, and I've already learned something. Hey! What's going on, dude? I still need to respond to your message. I saw that you got back to me. But yeah, I was speaking to one of the guys who worked on Combat Evolved Anniversary, and I learned a lot of interesting stuff. Oh, and for the Marathon logo, Bungie has never come after them for anything regarding Marathon. It was never anything that was mandated or instructed to remove all references to the Marathon franchise, but it was something Bungie began doing of their own accord to try to minimize friction during the transfer. Like, basically at that time, Bungie was exploring, the possibility of, like, doing Marathon in the future. And so they were trying to make sure that there were not, like, problems down the road. And same with 343 Industries. They can use, like, in Halo, like, that symbol. There isn't anything legal, but it's like, if it were to be taken to court, the court would probably side with, the rights holders for Marathon, which would be Sony. So it was like, it hasn't been tested, it hasn't been stated, but to be safe, you guys should probably stop using that specific symbol. Yeah. Add YouTubers $2 is very limited. Very limited messages. Gotcha. Okay. I think you might have... Okay, just checking to see if you had sent me anything. But, yeah, that's the story there. Late Night Gaming stream late at night are such fun. Yeah, it is fun. There's a lot of cool stories there. There's a lot of fun stuff. Like, even... Oh, man, hearing Devin just, like, talk about, like, some of the behind-the-scenes stuff was so interesting. For context, he prefers the original graphics. He, was important in getting Combat Evolved Anniversary out the door, but he does not like Combat Evolved Anniversary. He doesn't think that it really understands the vibe of Halo 1, and he prefers playing with classic graphics. In fact, he goes further. He prefers playing on original hardware. He is a 4x3 purist. He doesn't think Halo 1 should be played in widescreen because the design of the structures, the landscapes, the set pieces, and vistas, they were designed to be revealed to you in a 4x3 aspect ratio, and sometimes the art does not translate as well in widescreen. He said specifically when you come out of the Forerunner tunnel, ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba, ba-ba, and you're, woohoo, you're driving up that thing and the beam towers are shooting up. He says a lot of that art is actually fucked up by widescreen because you're getting too much of, like, the stuff to your side. On the original Xbox, you're seeing the road in front of you. You're seeing the planet, and you're seeing the beam tower shooting up into the sky. It's almost like a movie, how deliberate that shot is set up. And on the Master Chief Collection, you got too much dead space to your left and right. The screen's too wide. So the you know, like, your arm hair standing out moment of the reveal of, like, all of this open space, and it's now yours, and the beam tower shooting up, the music doing its thing. It's kind of lost because the shot isn't quite as structured in widescreen. There we go. I just barely got that sentence out there. I did mention to Favin that we should get all the homies together and record a Halo video, and he was down. So whenever we are all free. Dude, that would be fucking awesome. That would be fucking awesome. When were you thinking, and what kind of Halo video? Are we talking like a commentary, or are we talking like getting the boys back together for a podcast or something? Yeah, it would be fun to do some Halo stuff. It's like, new Halo release that made people mad, just like old times. Dead Space in Halo? Isn't the Marathon logo on the Harbinger's head? Maybe? I think if people want to interpret it that way. Oh, and the art guy, the man who designed the Harbinger, he was inspired by the Sphit from Marathon. He was directly inspired by them. The compiler creature, whatever the fuck that thing was called. He was inspired by that. Okay. Here's something that I noticed, guys, okay? So the Forerunner structures in this game, they're not, you know. This doesn't feel Halo 1-y. It feels a little bit excessive, you know, like a little bit Halo 4-y. But I was looking at these holograms because I was like, they're not designed like the original. Like, the original are, like, generic-ass holograms, like little meters and stuff, readouts. Like, they're very anime-like, kind of like almost like Evangelion computer terminal stuff, if you've ever seen, like, the compilations of those. So it's a very different design, but they're using that same kind of, like, color of almost greenish blue there. They've got gold in there, so they were clearly looking at those original holograms. And there's, like, these weird, like, strands of hair here. And I was like, what the fuck are those? Like, what? And the longer I look at them, I'm like, I know those shapes. I know those shapes. Where the fuck do I know those shapes from? And lo and behold, I know where I know those shapes from. Hang on, let me pull it up. It's the fucking... You can't really see it because this GIF is compressed to hell, so here, this is better. It is... You'll have to, like, you know, turn your head a little bit, but they're using the exact same angles. And even some of the geometry is exactly the same from the Halo 2 loading screen. Like, it's following the same design principles as the line work from the Halo 2 loading screen. So that's where they got the inspo for these new Forerunner holograms from. And it's not Halo 1. It's not what those Halo 1 holograms were supposed to be. And it's not really in the spirit of the Halo 1 Forerunners. But they weren't just doing that because they had ideas behind it. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. So I'm giving that information to you guys now. These hallways remind me of Anniversary Pillar of Autumn hallways. Pillar of Autumn hallways? I see it a little bit. I love all the sparkles. Yeah, the sparkles are pretty, but for reference, where the hell are they? I've got too much crap on this computer. Okay. Here is what the Forerunner hologram stuff looked like in the original game. You can see it's very, like, anime-like. It's very sci-fi computer console terminal, like, you know, beep, 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 beep. And then in the remake, they abstract it out into this, like, fucking crazy thing that is doing the Halo 2 loading screen thing. It's doing, like, am I fucking crazy, or do you see that? That's the lines, it's literally, like, sweeping across it just like the Halo 2 loading screens. I think that's what they were trying to go for here. It's not Combat Evolved, and it's not really in the spirit of Combat Evolved. It's not faithful to this style of terminal and the style of the Forerunners in Combat Evolved, but it's an interesting idea. I don't know how you guys feel about that. New Forerunner art style is kind of bad. Yeah, it's a step down from Halo Infinite. It is. Oh, God, like, there's the way that Bungie used, like, the textures to separate, the way that Bungie used textures had, like, a specific rule to it. Even the way that they used lines, like, I know what they're trying to do here with, like, these, if I was, like, thinking of what those designers were probably fucking thinking, it's like telegraphing to the player you're supposed to go this way. Like, they're leading lines. Where the original Bungie textures, if I remember right, it was like that, it almost looks like a vent, like a repeating vent texture. But, like, that repeating vent texture wasn't just Bungie, like, not knowing what to do with it. It separated the walls and the look and the silvery look of the walls from, like, the rusty vent-like textures that the floors were using. In Campaign Evolved, all the Forerunner walls, ceiling, like, they're all using the same kind of line work and the same materials and the same colors, and it kind of, like, turns the Forerunner, it looks like a hall of mirrors sometimes, you know? It reminds me of some of the worst excesses of the Halo 4 Forerunner stuff. Like, here, I'm going to pull up an image for you. Like this. You know, like Halo 4 when it was, like, this image, I think, kind of shows Halo 4 maybe at its most excessive and kind of, like, hard to look at. But it does kind of remind me of that. Like, I don't know. I think Halo Infinite did it better. Like, obviously, Halo Infinite, I think, like, the materials they could have worked on, like, less shiny, less reflective. And I know people keep saying, like, fucking stone and stuff. Like, they weren't rocks. The Forerunner stuff wasn't rocks. But it's not supposed to be, like, polished steel. You know, that's not the kind of metal it's supposed to be. Rebecca actually did, like, a really fucking, it was like this epiphany moment. Titanium. Here, let me show you. Rebecca showed me, you know, because she does lots of crafting, lots of craft work, so she knows her materials really well. She said that Forerunner stuff in the Bungie games doesn't look like stainless steel. It looks more like titanium. And you can see that here. It's not very reflective. Like, you can't see your face in it, but you can see that it's metal. And that's kind of what it looks like. And it looks like they've gone back to that stainless steel look for the Forerunner stuff. It's supposed to be granite. Rock and stone. I just think Halo fans don't like Halo anymore. No, I think Halo fans like Halo. I think Halo fans just... It's a combination of, like... I do wish that modern Halo games, you know, were more polished. But I think there is also just, like, kind of it's been a fucking while since we've had like a Halo game that, like, okay, you can like Halo Infinite, right? I like playing Halo Infinite. Halo Infinite's fun, but can we agree that it's not like, if you the fuck, what, you see that elite over there? If we were to boot up Halo Infinite and I wanted to go check my kill-death ratio, I can't do that in Halo Infinite. If I wanted to look at my combat record, like a detailed look at my combat record, like Halo Reach or something, I can't do that in Halo Infinite. Halo Infinite, sometimes I need to reboot because the game will get stuck on a loading screen when loading into a match. Like, when we go into game, there's some weird stuff that happens, like with the physics. They don't feel quite as good as the, like, it's been a while since we've had a Halo game where even if we disagree on specific elements of the design, most people can agree, holy shit, this is a good purchase. It's been a while since we've had a Halo game like that. And that does contribute to some of the anger. Like, okay, campaign evolved. Watch, I'm going to show you guys something, okay, about this shotgun. It is the shotgun, the shotgun, like one of the hero weapons of the game. Look, I'll even turn off the motion blur for you so that you can see this. I need to share it with people. I need to share my pain. Look at the thumb. Look at the wrist. What do you see? Do you see what I see? I see his armor popping in and out as he walks. I see his thumb not rigged up properly to the shotgun model, so his thumb is becoming disconnected from it as you walk. Like, I'm just fucking walking with this thing, and the animation's buggy. This animation is fine, but that's because it's reused from Halo Infinite. Like, this is a remake of Halo 1, and it is either polished up animations from Halo Infinite, which are fine, but not really in the spirit of Halo 1, outside of, you know, maybe like the Needler. You know, that's basically Halo 1 animations. But like the shotgun, the fucking shotgun, the weapon to use against the Flood, and immediately just walking with it is busted. And people were talking about, they were like, the shotgun finally feels good to use. And I'm like, am I crazy? Does anyone else see what I see? Even look at the shell ejection port, or where you load in the shell right when you start walking. Did you see that? Boop, it disappears for a second, and you can see the shell loaded in there. Guys, I play with the no sprint skull. You know, so for people like, I don't see it, I just sprint through all the levels. Well, like, okay, well, what if you're using the skull that disables sprint? Or what if you're just not sprinting and you're walking? I see that. It's in the center of the screen. You know, and there's all sorts of like weirdness. Like if you're able to get really into the thick of combat and overload things, your hand can start doing weird ass things. Look at that. Hang on. Your thumb is like as it attaches after this. Like, does anyone think that this looks great? Look at the thumb. Did you see that? Did you see the thumb like double jointed bend into place when he pumps it? It's just like this. It's not polished. It's the fucking shotgun, man. What's going on here? That's why people are mad. It's just like Halo used to, you know, be kind of on top of shit like this. Ocarina of Time remake, don't care about GTA 6. Yeah, so did you see that like Nintendo is going to be releasing the Ocarina of Time remake like a week before Grand Theft Auto 6? Like Halo, the reason that the Halo remake is in the state where we've got like busted ass animations or animations that are just fucking reused from Halo Infinite is because they were scared of Grand Theft Auto 6. Grand Theft Auto 6 is landing like on the release anniversary of Halo Combat Evolved. And they were like, we can't do that. We got to release it early. Nintendo is just like, what's Grand Theft Auto 6? We're releasing the remake of Ocarina of Time in November. Oh man, here, I gotta show you some fucking weirdness. So, here's another thing about like the Halo Reach engine that I think can contribute to some of the AI issues. In Halo Reach, the way that the AI are set up, if I remember right, I said this on Warthog Radio, but I'll say it for you guys. Basically, for the sake of the level designers to speed things up, like in Halo 1, you had to be like, I want an elite, I want a grunt, I want another grunt, I want a red grunt, and I want 2 jackals with blue shields. Like, you had to manually place the AI for when designing your encounters. But I think by the time of Reach, they had kind of standardized squad formations. So it could, that's why, like, with Halo Reach, when you're customizing it, you can have, like, Jackal Patrol. And it's a preset group of enemies. And that was the Jackal Patrol squad. Or you could have, like, Elite Jackal Patrol, you know? And it's like that for the level designers as well, where they can place an area and they'll have, we're going to have Elite Patrol. And it's a preset formation of Covenant units. And they're also slightly tethered together so that they work as a unit. Like, they'll follow each other, they'll back off when one of them backs off, and they'll kind of mostly stay together. Where in Halo 1, they kind of spread off and do their own thing, and it's what makes them feel really dynamic. And in Campaign Evolved, I think I found an instance of this, like, squad behavior that might also explain some of the fucking weirdness with the AI. Here, where is it? No, it's in videos. Here, look at this. This is fucking weird, by the way. Rebecca saw me here for about half an hour recording this. Is it Meteorite? No. No, not Halo Infinite. No, it's not here. Oh, there is a little bit of fucking weirdness here. So, I've seen Jackals switch for some reason to a skirmisher. Like, their animation set will change to a skirmishers, and they'll start sprinting. They'll start moving. I found this patrolling jackal. I haven't seen patrolling jackals before, so I was like, oh, this is cool. And you can clearly see it's like their standard walking patrolling animation from Halo Reach. And they've slowed it the fuck down so that it'll... But they'll get to a point, and they'll speed the fuck up. And then change direction, like something weird is going on. Hang on, I think it's here. Like, he runs over there, like, last minute. And if they reach a certain speed, they kind of break out of their jackal behavior and become skirmishers temporarily. And I caught it on video, but I don't know where. It was like filming Bigfoot. It might be in... Yeah, it's got to be in here. Okay, yeah, here we go. Patrolling Bugs. Patrolling Bugs 2. Here we go. So watch this. I was filming this. I was filming the Covenant antenna thing. And back to Twitch chat. How y'all doing? We're doing great, man. How you doing? Honestly, the new Forerunner art style in Campaign Evolved looks fine. I wish it looked more like Halo 1. Here we go. Here it is. I think this is a squad formation. The elite is the leader of the squad. It's got to be some kind of like elite with grunt backup. So look at this. Look what the grunts do. Look, they advance ahead of the leader to like defend him. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? You know, I'm breaking off to go see if the jackals are doing anything interesting, seeing if they're like also squatting in that weird way. There's where I'm hiding. I'm moving my guy ahead so I can see if their AI gets more intelligent, because I know Halo Reach also has this like, it's like a dummy AI behavior set that they go into if you're within a certain range. Like, It's why in Halo Reach you can see Covenant fighting way off into the distance. They're not actually fighting. They're going through a scripted behavior set that's very simple to do to give the illusion of the AI still behaving intelligently. So I'm directly under them to see if, like, this will break whatever's going on here, and it's not. Look, defend the leader! Advance! Protect him! And he goes over there. It's somewhere around here, the data point. What the fuck is going on? Hang on. I also found this elite who's patrolling. But hang on. I think this was the 30 minutes of me just fucking around with them. Look, he turns around and immediately they, like, telekinetically react. Telepathically. They know what to do because they're all in a squad and they're tethered together in some weird under-the-hood way. And that grunt there, that grunt that just ran across the screen, that specific one does the same thing. He always runs way ahead of the rest of them. So he comes to his predetermined spot, whips around. They advance ahead of their leader to protect him. The grunt picks up, you know, the pace a little bit, gets to formation. Look, when that elite reaches his pre-designated spot, he turns around and they all telepathically do the exact same thing. And there goes that grunt. It's weird. It's fucking weird. And I sat here for 20 minutes, and they did this without breaking a sweat. By the way, on remix mode, I got a hunter buddy on this level. This level? Or the level I was just playing? Think they'll ever fix these, or is this just, like, it? I think it's just it. Like, this is how Halo Reach's AI works. And the thing about Bungie is they designed the system so they knew how to place it on levels in Halo Reach in a way that was like you weren't supposed to see this kind of shit, this kind of AI behavior. And Bungie were really good at hiding it because they designed it. But with Halo Studios, I could see it. Isn't this fucking weird? On the stream, you said that aiming gets weird at higher frame rates. Do you have frame generation on? No, it's nothing to do with frame generation. It is something to do with the increased frame rate, because it's a bug that also exists on the Master Chief Collection Halo Reach. If you run Halo Reach at higher settings, your micro-aiming kind of gets fucked with. And the closer you get to 30 FPS, the more smooth your aiming feels. Like, as you get closer to the default frame rate that the game was designed around. Like, 60 FPS is fine, you know, but it's not quite as smooth and precise as it was on the 360 at 30 FPS. And if you lock the Master Chief Collection on PC to 30 FPS, the aiming actually feels great. And this was me starting to set up funny little shots because I was thinking, like, okay, I've got it. I know what this bit is going to be. It's going to be, like, minions, you know, like, leader, run ahead, protect the leader. You know, as the elite is just, like, robotically walking back and forth. Yeah, isn't that? And then there's that fucking elite patrolling it. They're like robots. They're like animatronics. So fucking weird. Yeah, this is Halo Reach AI behavior. I've seen shit like this even in Firefight. Because in Firefight, you have, like, the room to be able to break the AI a little bit more. Who would have thought that Halo Reach's AI was designed for Halo Reach? I mean, imagine if the AI in Halo CE was designed for Halo CE. Yeah, I know, right? Like, even for Halo 3... they had to do a lot of tweaking for the AI and the different squads that could be spawned for the open world for, you know, New Mombasa. Or I guess, yeah, New Mombasa. It's not old Mombasa. Like, this shit's goofy, man. And that fucking jackal is just, like, disabled. He's turned off. He's in power saving mode. In Combat Evolved, when the AI were idling, when they were not in combat and they did not anticipate combat to start, the jackal stood up really straight. And he'd, like, be, like, looking around and stuff. Like, sometimes you could find the jackals, like, mingling among each other. He's just... Because in Halo Reach, the jackals don't have... For some reason, Bungie didn't give the jackals, like, a chill out, there's no combat behavior set. So they did always just stand around like that in Halo Reach. But, you know... They never set up situations where it was supposed to be a jackal just hanging out. But in Halo 1, there are a lot of moments where Covenant are just, like, chilling on the beach. And I don't know. Yeah, just weirdness. I did find this, though. I don't know if anyone wants to double check. I don't know if this animation set is in Halo Reach. I don't think it is. I think someone at Halo Studios tried to rig up a bespoke, like, jackal chilling animation. Because I've never seen this in Halo Reach. That's why I'm filming it, because I'm like, what the fuck is this? I've never seen the jackals in Halo Reach behave like this. Where he stood up straight, and you can see that they've, like, angled the gun a little bit down. So I don't know if this was something that somebody had to make themselves. But they don't patrol like this, though. Like, they only do it if they're stationary. And they won't move their head around. So they still got a little bit of that, like, 1,000-yard stare. But someone tried, if this is indeed a new animation. Can see it. Send a DM video link of the Hunter Buddy. Yeah, send that to me. Curious why they didn't reuse Infinite AI. It's the closest to CE. Yeah, because Halo Infinite AI, they can split up and break off from each other. Like, they're not tethered. But I think the reason that they went with Halo Reach, if I remember right, the story I've been told is that it dates back to when Halo Reach was ported to the PC. So for Halo Reach, you know, for the Master Chief Collection on PC, it required them porting Xbox One versions of those games to the PC hardware. For Halo Reach, though, it was the first time ever that it was porting it to an Xbox One and a PC, you know? Like, they had to do all the work from scratch, where with the other games on the MCC, all they had to do was get it onto the PC. So Halo Reach, that engine was stripped down and rebuilt for PC and Xbox One hardware. And during that process, there was a lot of documenting being done. And as a result, weirdly enough, the Reach engine is the most comprehensively documented Halo engine that they had over there. Because the Slip Space engine is kind of like a fucking mess. It's like a disorganized mess. And there is some documentation for Slip Space, but a lot of parts of that engine are broken and busted. The Reach engine, though, was the most stable, the most documented, the most easy that folk could quickly, you know, like, sync up and get to work on. And it was basically for the sake of speed is why they chose the Reach engine. Yeah, that's the story that I've heard. Yeah. Found this grunt chilling over here. Trying to find some other... Here's the fucking video, I think, where I caught a jackal suddenly turning into a skirmisher for some fucking reason. Okay, I found this point where they just, like, won't do anything if I leave this point. See? It's right there. I step over this invisible threshold. It's like there's like rules, you know, like there's like the invisible line. And like, no, you can't come over here. That's not the rules. You stay over there. And obviously that exists in Halo CE as well, but, like, the Covenant will... They don't act like there's an invisible line that you cross. They're not, like, puppy guarding, like, he's gonna step over the line, we gotta get him. You know, like, if you cross over that line where the Covenant can't follow you anymore, they won't huddle around the space waiting for you to cross the line again. They'll back off, retreat, like, they'll act as if you are retreating and they've won, and they'll like back off away from you. It feels very organic. See, I'm past the threshold. The elite cannot engage me right now. I'm in the safe space. So all I can do is stare at me angrily. This is weird shit, man. Hang on, let me see if I can find the video of the Jackal turning into a skirmisher. Grunt bug, fuel rod gameplay. Skirmisher behavior jackals, thank you. Here it is. See, I was trying to see what other weird shit I could do. And one of these jackals just loses his fucking mind and starts running around like a skirmisher. And it scared the shit out of me. Because I've never seen the Reach jackals move this fast. Ah. There, it's back there, I think. Here we go, here we go. He's doing this, like, this... You see how fast suddenly he's moving? That's skirmishers. Those are skirmisher animations. Isn't that fucking weird? Even the way he leapt onto the rock, that's what the skirmishers would do in Halo Reach. And I don't know what I did to break them. I did this after, like, almost like denying them the kill for long enough. I stayed in past the safe zone line, and the jackals got so frustrated that their AI, like, switched to skirmisher. And I tried moving in to see if, like, I'd now be fighting skirmishers, you know, if they were going to keep this AI behavior, and they didn't. They switched back to jackal. But I wonder if there's a way to keep them, like, in this mode. Yeah, and you can see even the elite up here gets a little bit bugged. Because they're supposed to move a lot further when they're kind of, like, moving around, patrolling during combat. Look, see, I start shooting and they all switch back to jackal mode. But I wonder if there's a way to trap them in this, like, weird skirmisher mode. The remake is so hastily cobbled together that Halo autists like us are more interested in how broken the remake is. Yeah, it's fun. Like, this shit is cool to me. Because I'm like, that's crazy. It's Halo Reach. I know that guy. That's the skirmisher. I love those guys. That's the guy where I was like, what the fuck? You see that jackal? He's hot-footing it. I'm just, like, doing shit, and then the fucking jackal runs across the screen. I was just trying to get cool shots of the Covenant, see if I could, like, use anything for B-roll, and then a fucking jackal runs across the screen. That's why I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm following him. So I'm, what the fuck is going on? And you could see the way he's holding his other hand, it's because he has a shield gauntlet, because now he thinks he's a skirmisher. I recently beat Halo Campaign Evolved, and I loved it. Don't get me wrong, like, it's fun, you know? It's fun. Halo Reach was fun. It was fun to fight the Covenant in that game. It's, like, not, you know, Combat Evolved, but... it's fun when you kill the elites and the grunts panic and run away. Like, Halo's combat loop is at its fun core, even when it's unpolished. It's just so weird, some of the shit in here, you know? Here, do you guys want to... I think that might have been... That's where I knew I had to begin diving a little bit deeper, because there was some weird fucking shit happening with the AI. But yeah, that's what I got. That's cool, right? I mean, maybe cool's like not the word. I did catch an elite doing an idle animation. I did catch this. I felt, oh my god, I felt like I was like wildlife, you know? So I'm looking at this elite and I'm just like, okay, yeah, he's doing the Halo Reach idle stance, but he's actually looking around. The other elites weren't. Remember the elite from the Silent Cartographer? This one, for some reason, is allowed to look around. And, like, he still looks janky as shit, but he looks a little bit more, like, cognizant, you know? Oh. The fuck is going on? I found these guys, where these guys, something fucking weird is happening with their AI. Because I'm too far away from them, so they're entering this, like, you know, the Twilight realm. Or something. Like, they're acting weird, they're acting stiff. Where is it? Here it is. This elite here, I caught him in the wild. He did an idle animation, and it gave me goosebumps. Chills, man. Look at that. Beautiful. There's a sign of life there. An idle animation being played. Halo Reach has a surprising amount of idle animations for the Covenant. It doesn't use them a lot because there's not a lot of opportunities for you to sneak up on them. So the level that you want to go to get the most action out of it is the fucking the stealth level with June. And you can see the elites doing shit like this. They actually do a lot more than just this. And I actually have it recorded. But for some reason, this one is not allowed to look around. He's got to just kind of like oscillate between standing and making sure that his gun is squishy or something, you know? Lamau, once you showed off the Hunter, Actman is going to go, what the fuck? Also with these elites and jackals, this feels like wildlife preserve document. It does? Look, that jackal... for some reason, was able to see me through a wall. But I'm still in the safe zone. So his AI, something funky is already happening. He's overcharging his plasma pistol. My dad is 66, but we played all of Halo's Legendary co-op growing up. And we did 2 missions from Campaign Evolve Legendary tonight. Special game. Dude, that's fucking awesome. Thank you for sharing that. That warms my heart. I'm so happy you were able to do that. One of my folk that I follow on Twitter, he's playing through it with his kid for the first time, and it's his kid's first time playing Halo Campaign Evolved, or Halo Combat Evolved, and his kid's liking it. Yeah. There's a lot of folk out there that don't mind how janky it is. We, unfortunately, are on the spectrum, so we care. I don't think the Reach engine is horrible, but man, they should have used Halo 3 AI. I don't think Halo 3 AI would have been good, because the elites aren't programmed to be enemies in that game. They're friendly AI. Like, if you've ever fought them in ODST Firefight on the Master Chief Collection, where they can sometimes spawn, they don't feel good to fight. You can tell that it's like fighting friendly Marines, you know? Yeah, the chromatic aberration is bad. Really bad. I've played Halo CE many times over and over, and it's overtaken Halo 2 as my 3rd favorite Halo game of all time. Halo 2001 specifically. That's good to know, man. Observe the plasma rifle elite in its natural habitat. What power, what grace, tempered by honor and years of training. A majestic creature indeed. And here we observe the jackal, a male, separated from its flock, looking for food. There must be a tasty butterfly out there, still groggy from a heavy night of sleep. Perfect prey for the jackal. Did you notice that they didn't remake the hangar section at the start of the game? Seeing that it's the final section of the last mission seems like a pretty important detail to overlook. Yeah, So the storyboards, it's fucking weird. Have you looked at the Bungie storyboards for Halo CE? There are a lot of shots that you would be shocked to know came from those storyboards. And it looks like the hangar section, the hangar part of the cutscene, Bungie originally wanted something more like what they did with like all the Marines in the locker room. I do agree with you. Like seeing that large hangar at the start of the game and then you being able to drive through it at the end of the game, like it does feel like the cutscenes were like almost developed in like they kind of exist in a different world. This is really weird though. So if you lower your pistol, Master Chief's arm does that. And I'm looking up at the fucking ceiling because it makes it look even funnier. But it doesn't do this in base Halo Reach. But there is a game where it does do this. It's in Halo 3 ODST. When you lower your pistol, your shoulder does this. And I know that because for my evolution of the pistol, or evolution of the Magnum video that I did like a couple months, maybe a year ago, I had to do a lot of clever camera work to not show the rookie's broken ass shoulder. So I don't know what that bug from ODST is doing in the Halo Reach animation set for lowering your weapons, but yeah, now this is just me. I was trying to, like, I've got to do a fucking thumbnail. The Pillar of Autumn is so moody. The lighting, this is going to be really difficult. So I was trying to set up shots that would make Chief look fucking weird. Like, really fucking weird. And this... Hang on. Damn it. Where is it? Here we go. I'm quite proud of this one. That I think I did use for one of the thumbnails, or at least I posted it to Twitter. It's like, that's fucking creepy as shit looking. But here, we'll look at some of the Halo Reach idle animations that I recorded. I did a little bit of wildlife. Here, I got some jackals like patrolling from Halo Reach. You know, set up some nice, pretty shots. They do this thing here. Look, you'll see them there. That bite, and it's so that they don't look so robotic. You know, do a thing with your mouth every now and then. What are they doing? Are they making sounds? No, but it makes them look a little bit more alive. And for some reason, they don't do this in the remake. This behavior, they're not allowed to do it, and I don't know why. Yeah, and then this is just me, like, trying to set up some cool action shots and stuff. I don't know what I'm going to do with these. This is fucking weird. So Halo 4 and Halo 5 have this animation where the jackal will, like, back up, stand up, and, like, do a roar. And I thought it was done for Halo 4, but it's not. It comes from Reach. Look at this. Look at what this jackal does. I've seen them do that in Halo 5. And I didn't know that its roots date all the way back to this game. Yeah, because I show it off in the evolution of the jackals that I did. Okay, here we go. So the grunts, they have this hilarious, the little hula hoops jiggle. Look at this. Like they smelled something nasty. They'll stomp on their feet a little bit. This is an idle animation that's in Halo Reach that exists. Like, it exists. They can use it if they want, if they're using the Reach engine. I don't know why they're not doing this, though. Very nitpicky issue for me. Why third person was not an option in the menu like it was for Resident Evil Requiem is beyond me. Yeah, Rebecca gets motion sick when she plays first person games. Weirdly enough, Halo is one of the few games. Halo is the only first person shooter she can play that doesn't get her motion sick. The remake, though, she gets motion sick when she plays it. And some of it, I think, is due to the chromatic aberration that we unfortunately have to edit the INI files for. And so things like the third-person skull are actually great because now she can play the remake and not feel like, she wants to throw up. But it's annoying that it's like a hidden skull because I feel like, well, in that, Microsoft really likes, accessibility and showing off how much they care about accessibility. So it's weird then that they turned what a lot of people think is an accessibility option into a skull. Like, it's fun to, I don't know. I hate how everyone has to be on third person with me. Yeah, Rebecca wished that she could have kept third person, but we were allowed to stay in first person. Here's another thing. Here, look at this. Remember the way that the grunts were running? Look at this. Do you see that monkey hop? Like, whoop, whoop. And like the way that sometimes they'll tilt while aiming their plasma pistol. For some reason, they don't do that in the remake. But that behavior set exists. They could use this if they wanted. See how much more alive they look in Halo Reach? There's a lot of weird little animations that they're not using for some reason. That exist. They exist. It's the Halo Reach engine. You can use it. They're there. I bet Vengeful Vadim would be able to explain why some of these animations aren't as simple to just let the Covenant use. I can get horrible car sickness. Oh, dude. A couple years ago was the first time I rode in a car that somebody else was driving in years. And I had to get out of the car early. I forgot. Ever since I was a kid, I get car sick. Really badly car sick. Yeah, look how... See that like weird little tilt he does, like trying to be like a fucking cowboy, like a gunslinger? They've got all of these weird animations that they're not using in Campaign Evolved, and I don't know why. Oh, here's them sleeping. Check your Discord message. Let me see. Does it look like the drop pod pilot changes races? Oh, wait, did you... Hang on. I think it's the lighting. She's got white light shining on her from scene to scene. It's weird looking, but also, like, the materials for their skin are fucking weird in the pre-rendered cutscenes. Yeah, the characters look weird from shot to shot, I've noticed. No, it's okay. You're not being that guy, I promise. That's weird. It's weird. I think it's the white light that's shining up. And it makes her look like a different person. But it's also like that skin doesn't... She looks like rubber, you know? Why are grunts always sleeping? Because they're sleepy. I don't know. Here's also some idle animations that the hunters can do. So look at this. This is one of my favorites, actually, that they'll do. Not this, not this, not that. Watch this guy. Again, it's Halo Reach. Look at that. He's checking out his boots, seeing if they still fit. I love that animation, and they don't do it in Campaign Evolved. Yeah. Yeah, and this was just me getting some, like, you know, cinematic shots of the elites and stuff. Oh, here we go. Look, you guys want to see some more idle animations for the elites? Look at the grunts patrolling. Look at how much more natural they look. You see, every now and then they do like a little monkey hop. Look at this guy. Hang on. He comes up through here, I think, and then he does this little monkey hop, like right here. See that? He's like, they do that every now and then. And I don't know why it's not playing in the remake. I mean, the patrol animation is yoinked from Halo Reach, and they look like fucking Roombas, like moving across the room, very robotic. But here we go. I think I catch an elite doing something fucking weird. No, I don't think so. Okay, never mind. I don't know why I didn't. Oh, here we go. Here it is. Look at this. Here's an idle animation that they can do, but they don't do this in the remake. You see that? He's like sniffing at the air and like looking around like he smells you, the player. Like if you were just like, if you were, you know, up on that cliff over there with a sniper rifle and looking at this elite and he starts sniffing the air and looking around, like that would scare you because it would make it feel like he's alive. But they don't do that in the remake. They just kind of like, they're like robots. Have you tried running the game on the Steam Deck? Yes. I have tried running it on the Steam Deck, and it is unplayable. That game should not be verified on Steam Deck. It has lowest settings. It has a new settings for graphics called lowest settings, and the game cannot reach 20 frames per second. Like, it is fucking unplayable. I don't know how to explain it. Other than that, it's bad, man. It's bad. You guys want to see some cool reuse animations I found? So look at this. Isn't that crazy? Here's obviously the Magnum, and you can actually see where they changed it. Because last year at HCS Worlds, it was just straight up these Halo 5 animations, including some bugs in the animation. And I guess based on, like, feedback that I gave last year, they tweaked them. That one's the same. This one's the same, unchanged. But then here are the changes. Do you see that? The way he moves his thumb? A little bit different, a little bit less stiff looking. This one's the most different. You can see that he shakes the magazine out now. It's less robotic looking than it was in Halo 5. But it's still, like, there's only so much you can do. I feel like the Halo 5, Halo 1 pistols animations are fucking terrible looking. They're really stiff. They're way too fast, and they don't feel like Halo 1, you know? There's only so much you can do, but you can see that somebody at Halo Studios tried. They tried to clean up these animations. Yeah. And here's the battle rifle, of course. This, in Halo Infinite, out of all the weapons in this game, I fucking hate the battle rifle reload animation. It's one of my least favorite weapon animations in Halo Infinite and probably in Halo because of how fucking janky it looks. Like, you can count the keyframes. It's just like this, it's held up in this weird, awkward way. The thumb is fucking gigantic. Look, when he pulls the bolt, damn it, he's doing it too fast. Okay, whatever. You can't see what he's doing. It's just like a big meathead hand in the way. But so the fact that it's back, I'm like, stop. Please, just give it the assault rifle reload animation. Anything. If you have to reuse an animation, just don't use the Halo Infinite BR animations. They look so stiff. You can see they repositioned it slightly on the screen, though. The energy sword's the weirdest one, actually. For the energy sword, they are still using Halo Infinite animations, but they positioned it on the screen like Halo Reach. So look at this. You can see here, it's supposed to be like, I'm gonna get you, I have an energy sword. But, look at that. That is how he holds it on the screen in Halo Reach. So the hand is still like, I'm gonna get you, I've got an energy sword, but that hand is holding it like Halo Reach. Isn't that interesting? Actman, get ready for remake Halo 2 and Halo 3 with infinite assets. Oh yeah, Luke, what was it that Luke said? He was like, I can't do another 5 years of this or something. I can't wait another 5 years for the next Halo game. And Rebecca just yelled across the room. She's like, well, good thing you don't have to wait 5 years, because you're going to get the Halo 2 and Halo 3 remake. Yeah, 3 years, 3 games. And that made Luke was like, fuck off. Like, that made him so upset. Oh, I lied. The sniper rifle from Halo Infinite, like, the battle rifle, I can tolerate more than this. And you see, repositioned a little bit more drama behind it, but, like, that's awful looking. And it's fine. It's a fine set of animations, but if you're autistic and if you care too much, in the Halo 2 onwards animation set for the sniper, I loved how when the clip comes out, how low it goes. Like, boom, it goes down there, and then he slams it in, and it goes really high up. Like, everybody likes that animation set, to the point that Hyper did a video about it, where he slams the magazine in so hard that it breaks the sniper rifle. Like, people like the Halo sniper reload. And they fucking butchered it in Halo Infinite. They, like, removed all of the aura from it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, dude. I got you, man. Here's the spanker. This is the most interesting one because they've sped up and slowed down certain parts of this animation. You can see there, when he hoists it up onto his shoulder, the Infinite one is snappier than that one. So it's like, I don't think it's as simple as them just reusing animations. They had to get these into this engine. So some stuff is slightly different, and I don't know if it's part of whatever technique they use to port these animations here, or if it is somebody going in and tweaking aspects of the animations that bothered them personally. And look at this. They can't hide anything from me. I know what these animations are. I've seen them before. They are the Halo Infinite Inspect animations. That's why the plasma pistol, the little flap thing, opens up the way it does. Because look. That's why. That's why they changed the way that it opens. It's because they're using the Halo Infinite animations. go. Here's a... This is also one. So it's not a one-to-one reuse of Halo Infinite's assault rifle animations. It's kind of like the pistol. They tweaked little parts of the animation to give it a little bit more weight. But look at this. See, you can see the parts of it where it's just a little bit different. You can see when he after he pulls the bolt in the remake, he does a little with it that's not there in Halo Infinite. You want to see something fucking crazy? The rabbit hole keeps going down further. It's even the Sentinel beam. They've repositioned it and stuff, but that's... You can even see the way that you cock it in... and then, of course, everybody's favorite, the Needler with the ammo counter. You know what's fucking crazy? The contractor that animated this for Halo Infinite, last time I spoke to him, he is in a homeless shelter. He's looking for animation work. He's looking for a job, but he's right now in a shelter, at least the last time that I talked to him. And he did these animations. Wait, what? Yeah. No, I'm sorry to drop that out of nowhere, but that's what's going on right now. I'm torn between them remaking the plasma rifle overheating animation. On one hand, I like that Chief rubs his palms like it's burnt. Oh, well, the plasma rifle overheating animation, I think it's just the left hand, like like that burns. It's reused on a ton of different weapons. Look. That's reused on the beam rifle. That is reused on the plasma rifle and the plasma pistol. So they have like standardized, or like they've taken parts of the animations and they've brought them over to other weapons. It's complicated. Even the sprint animation for the pistol type weapons in the remake. Here. Oh, how convenient. I got the remake right here. I can show you. Here, watch. Look at the hand. He does that like and then like the rubbing a little bit. There it is. See it? No, not this. Here. We can see it with this. You know what this animation is? This is from Halo 5. It is the animation when you start sprinting with a pistol type weapon. Like, think, if you're a big fucking Halo 5 fan, okay? Imagine that you've got your Magnum, like, you know, Slayer. Control power weapons to dominate the enemy team or whatever, and then match start. And you start sprinting. You know this animation, don't you? It was pulled from Halo 5. And they even attached it to the Needler. Because the Needler in Halo Infinite does not sprint like this. So they gave it the Halo 5 pistol sprinting animations. It is fun, like, going through the remake. Because, yeah, I do feel like I'm, like, on a wildlife reserve. I'm like, ooh, like, pointing out, like, the different reused assets. All that's missing is the speed lines and Spartan charge. Yeah, you get it, don't you? I noticed that when they revealed this last year. Hey, I've just heard what happened with the guy that is right now homeless using the animations we are seeing. Let me see if I can find my conversation with him. Gosh, this was a couple months ago. I will get back to you guys on that, and if we can maybe do something on set up something on Twitter maybe. Yeah, but there's a lot of fun stuff. At least some of us are enjoying this. Feels like it's making a lot of more people more ticked. Well, no, if you're having fun with the remake, have fun with it. I'm not showing you this to make you mad. I think it's fun. I think it's fun personally. It's not what Halo deserves, and like you know that Nintendo would not get away with remaking Ocarina of Time using Breath of the Wild assets and animations. Like, that's not what we're going to get out of the Ocarina of Time remake. You know, we're going to get a fucking good-ass remake. But it is interesting. It is interesting playing through this game and being like, I know that. I know that. I know what that animation is. So, okay. This is, I am offering a bounty, okay? I cannot give you money. What I can give you is my undying appreciation and love. Well, no, I can't. I'm married, and I love the person I'm married to, so I can't give that, unfortunately. But I would be really grateful. I do not know where these animations are from. They're clearly, like, new. But I don't think that they're entirely from scratch. There's something in the back of my head that is telling me, and I think some of it is some of the poses that the shotgun strikes. I mean, not that. I think that's the assault rifle. But, like, when you're reloading it, when you're pumping it and stuff, every now and then I see Reach for a second. My suspicion is these shotgun animations must have started out as Reach animations or inspired by Halo Reach. And they were hoping to add more oomph to the Halo Reach shotgun. And obviously they weren't able to finish the animation set and the game was released. And so the shotgun looks janky as fuck. Actually, this might not be the assault rifle. Hang on. No, it is. It is. Never mind. It's... Give it a second. Give it a second. Give it a fucking... There we go. Oh my god. Wait. Oh, they're both... Okay, hang on. I've got a list of notes that I'm taking. Okay. Okay, well, I found out where the shotgun's melee animations are from. But I think the firing and the pumping and stuff must have been derived from Halo Reach. If anybody can figure out if that's the case, I'd love... Because obviously they're unfinished, but... Yeah. What's with the lack of pellet spread? I don't know. It's a visual bug. There is pellet spread, don't worry. I do music, and I get you. When you enjoy things straight to the core function behind the foundation, it's so fun to see these details, and you know those come from a specific place. Yeah, it's like, you know, I'm seeing all these things, and the remake, I'm like, dude, Halo 1 deserved better. But also, I don't hate what I'm playing. This is fun. Like, this is fun. And there is also, I'm having fun being like, this is fucking crazy. Like, that's Halo 3 flood animations, and they didn't set it up correctly. So the walk, you can see the feet are slightly fucked up. Like, the animation isn't playing back correctly. Come on. Yeah, like the head is gonna do this like thing that they always do in Halo 3s. God, I've stared at Halo animations for too fucking long. H2A campaign shotgun animations. Nope, those are Halo 2. Nope, the campaign uses Halo 2 animations. Before you going to bed, can you show Buddy Hunter? It's 1 a.m. Yes, I can. And then, yeah, it's almost 1 a.m. for me, too. That's fucking weird. This is an enemy hunter. The fuck? Oh, now he's mad. That's weird when you get close. He's not meleeing you. Did he start doing this when he got knocked off that ledge? Halo backwards into the cave. Hidden edition. Even though it's 1 a.m., it's fun. Would you say the reused animations bother you? Or do you just find it interesting? At first, it bothered me. When I played this remake last year, it bothered me. Because I was like, what the fuck? It's Halo 1. You're remaking Halo 1, and you can't even give the assault rifle its Halo 1 reload animation? Which is very different from this. But, like, after being like, it is what it is, now I'm just interested. You know, like, I can't fight reality. It is what it is. Now it's just interesting. Yeah, these shotgun animations, I feel like they are somebody's attempt to add a little bit more power to the Reach shotgun animations. There, you can see that the thumb sometimes isn't connected to the pump. Because the shell loading looks almost exactly like the way that the shells are loaded in Reach. Oh boy. Like, it's Halo 1, use those. No. You cannot use the Halo 1 animations, because I don't know how to say this diplomatically. They would look fucking terrible. They'd look bad as shit in photorealistic visuals if you just ported the exact animation data, if you even could, because they were probably made in very, very outdated versions of, like, Maya or something, you know, like an animation software, stuff that isn't even supported anymore. If you could find those outdated versions of Maya and figure out a way to transfer the animation data into, like, new versions of Maya, they still wouldn't look good because they were designed for 30 frames per second. And on the Master Chief Collection, they use forms of interpolation to create new frames of animation, which makes them look smooth. But that interpolation method isn't perfect because there's a lot of bugs with it. Because, you know, you're now seeing shit that was hidden by the 30 frames per second. And now this interpolation method has exposed them. So you'd have to reanimate and bug fix a lot of those old animations. And at that point, just make new animations, because those Halo 1 animations, some of them look pretty good, but they need some work. Like the assault rifle. It looks fucking great in Halo 1, but it is stiff looking because the hand of Halo 1 Master Chief in first person, it doesn't have as many bones as, like, new hands do. And you probably see in, like, Combat Evolved Anniversary, when he's reloading that fucking assault rifle, he looks like a Barbie. Like his hands look like claws. They look stiff as shit. And that problem would get even worse on a higher poly model. At that point, so much work would go into cleaning up these Halo 1 animations to make them look better in higher resolutions and higher frame rates that you might as well just, like, remake them, you know? Check the Halo 5 shotgun animations. It's very similar. That's a good fucking shout, actually. That's... Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Hang on. Yep. Halo 5 gameplay. Shit, this guy isn't sprinting around with it. I just need, like, gameplay. Well, hang on. This is when they loaded up the Halo 5 shotgun into Halo Infinite. It's hard. It's hard because the view model is so different on the screen. Hang on. Let's see when he reloads it. No, I don't. Hang on. There actually is an easy way to tell. Let's look at where the distance between the hand on the grip and the shell loading. Is it? You could be onto something, because honestly, this sprint animation, it does kind of look like the Halo 5 sprint animation for the shotgun, doesn't it? It's not quite. It's not quite. But there is a similar flow to it. No. It's not the Halo 5. That reload, that's not it. Okay. Okay. Halo 5, you know, like the PC port, the Forge thing. I know that it's a Windows app, and it's a Windows Store app, and those are notoriously difficult to, like, crack and mod and stuff like that. If somebody, by some fucking miracle, can get into Halo 5 Forge on PC and move that view model down here like this and record the animations, we might be able to stack it up to this and see if we've got a culprit, you know? Or not a culprit, that's not the... Our missing man, our missing reloads, you know? Because, yeah, when you... Oh, that's so similar. That's similar. That's similar, you know? I wanted them to add Gears of War style gore and blood to Halo Campaign Evolved, where Marines and Elites and Flood would dismember. I don't think Halo is a gory game. Like, Halo is a bloody game, but outside of the Flood, I don't think Halo is gory, you know? It would be very weird if Halo became, like, gory. I don't know. How does everyone think? Like, there is a Halo comic with gore from the Bungie years that actually looked kind of fucking badass. But also, like, the art style of that comic was really cool. And I don't mean art style as in the design of the grunt. I mean, like, the way it was drawn looked cool. It looked grungy, you know? It reminds me of Halo 4 animations. It's not. It's not Halo 4 animations. Halo 4, it was still using, like, under the hood, Halo 4 treated sprint as an armor ability. And so a lot of Halo 4's animations for the sprinting were still using Halo Reach's armor ability animations for sprinting. Like the shotgun, I think, was actually directly from Reach. I could be wrong, though. Could be wrong. When Dr. Tilson got composed in Halo 4, that was kind of gory. Was it gory? There was something very clean and procedural about it. Like, it wasn't... Limbs weren't flying. Tendons weren't spread. You know, like... It's just Tilson was almost like peeled bloodlessly like an onion. You know, as each layer of her body got digitized. I just want to swing a chair, says Sinister. In Halo? The sprite-like visuals you described for the metal surfaces looks like someone spilled soap everywhere. Oh, no. You're thinking of something completely different. When I say sprite, I mean literally like pixels, like ants, like dancing across the screen. That thing that you're describing, like that. See, it looks like oil, like an oil slick. What I think that is I think that was them attempting to add some combat evolvediness. Because Halo 1's Forerunner textures, you know, they're very, like, weird looking because of the rendering technology, but also because of artistic choices. And there is, like, blue and greens hidden in the metal reflections. And I think that oily look that you're seeing, that was them trying to add a bit of that to kind of give some of these Forerunner structures that a Halo 1 feel. Hi, Late Night. Big fan of you. Hey, I'm a big fan of you, dude. I'm happy that you're here. You should definitely rewatch this stream, though, if you're just joining, because we went down a rabbit hole of uncovering like a ton of hidden animations. Yeah, the grunts are missing behaviors that they can do when shuffling around for some reason. Stuff that they could do in Halo Reach. What the fuck was that? Did you see that? Interesting. I am exhausted, though, guys. What you mean? The game is perfect. Yeah, the game is perfect. I wouldn't change a fucking thing about this. Are you kidding me? This is super interesting. No, yeah, Halo did deserve better. It is a fine way to play the original Halo. In fact, it was, you know, Rebecca's first time playing the original Halo. And now she gets it. She knows what 343 Guilty Spark, the level, is. She knows what the reveal of the Flood are. She knows what the Warthog run is. She knows that the Halo 1 shotgun is fucking awesome. She knows that the grunts are funny and silly. She likes 2 betrayals, which I do as well. It gets the point across, you know, for Halo 1. I think sometimes the Halo community, like, we obviously our standards are understandably high because Halo used to be king of the world, but for folk who don't care as much as we do, this gets the point across. But man, it is a lot of fun that this is the way that Halo 1 was remade, because it makes it so interesting to kind of like pick it apart and figure out what makes it tick, you know? This is also weird. So when the elites, when you stun them and they back up for a second, you can see that they're pretending to hold a plasma repeater for a few frames. Let me actually reload the checkpoint to see if I can get it to happen again. So I think I unsubbed way before you chilled out. You definitely earned it back, though. Yeah, there. Welcome back. I have chilled out a lot, haven't I? Yeah, if you have unsubscribed, I understand why, and you don't need to explain yourself. I'm just happy you're back. Here, let's see you. Oh my god! Okay, hang on. Okay, this thing is gonna be a fucking problem. For our experiments. There we go. Let me see if I can get him to back up. Damn it. That just killed him. Okay. Did Master Chief just go, yo? Love your Halo content, LNG. Hope. How do you feel when someone says the grunts aren't supposed to be a joke? I think those people are fucking stupid. What are you talking about? The grunts aren't supposed to be a joke. Did you see that? Did you see that elite? He grabbed his plasma rifle like a plasma repeater. I did it. Yeah, when you stun them, for some reason, they think that they're holding plasma repeaters. So, what is this under the hood? Did they build the plasma rifle in this game off of the plasma repeater? Because the elites, one of their animations thinks it's a plasma repeater that they're holding. Or is it just, you know, the wrong animation? It could also be that. I don't know. There is a guy, a producer that left after Halo 5 came out. He was there for some of the pre-production stuff on Halo Infinite, and unfortunately one of his contributions was not good. He is why Halo Infinite does not have grunt goblins. This producer, I won't say his name, because, like, he's fine, you know? He's fine. Like, it's just the guy's opinion, you know? It's a video game. But he thought the grunts in Halo are fucking annoying when they speak English. And he hated them. And he hated the grunt goblin. He thought it was obnoxious as shit. He thought its voice was annoying. He hated grunts speaking English. And one of the things he did during Halo Infinite's pre-production is he killed the idea of one of those banished Spartan hunters, you know, like the Brute brothers. One of those guys, like Jaeger Erdomni, the Blade Master, the two Brute brothers, there was also going to be a giant banished grunt goblin with black armor and like red banished glowing accents on it. And he killed that because he thought that he hated the grunts. The grunt goblin was like the boss of hating grunts to him. He saw that thing in his nightmares. And he saw the concept art and he was like, no, fucking no. Which is a funny story, but the Green Goblin? No, the Grunt Goblin, not the Green Goblin. Willem Dafoe. Spider-Man, to quote Germa's friend. Joel, to quote Joel. Spider-Man. I'll play devil's advocate. Maybe they used reused animations for streamlining the games and consistency between titles. But if they were to do that, why are they using? Why wouldn't you use animations from Halo Infinite? The reason they're doing it is because it's the Reach engine and because they don't have enough time or animators. I appreciate you operating in good faith, but And I wish that that was the answer, but unfortunately, sadly, it is not. Tragically, it is not. It was nice to see one of your streams again. Bye, says Reach Recon. It was nice to have you in here, man. We're not so different, you and I, little grunt. We could rule the galaxy together. God, Willem Dafoe is so fucking awesome as the Green Goblin. Oh, man, you guys... Okay, I don't... Okay, it's happening again. Time is a flat circle. Guys, this is not the correct assault rifle. They are using the Gearbox software PC port assault rifle textures and materials. It's... Oh, my God. This is not the correct assault rifle. This is not the one used on the original Xbox. And this armor, that is not Master... That is not the... That is the pre-release version of Master Chief's armor that Gearbox used for their Gearbox PC port of Halo 1. It is not the original Xbox Master Chief texture set. No! The same fucking problem. No, not again. Yeah. I was like, oh my God, Randy Pitchford. He's like a fucking specter that haunts the Halo franchise, the Gearbox PC port. I want the ice cream cone Banshee back. I do too. What's their obsession with the Gearbox version? It's not an obsession, I promise you. It's just that, like, that Gearbox... Guys, listen, okay? There was a time... Come here. Close your eyes and transport yourself back to the 2000s. YouTube was less than a decade old. Wikis were in their infancy. Online forums were not nearly as big as they are now. You had to upload... If you had a 30-minute YouTube video, you had to break it up into 10-minute chunks because the maximum length was 10 minutes for a YouTube video. Once upon a time, there was no 60 frames per second YouTube videos. The internet was smaller. Knowledge was not widely shared. And in the early 2000s, that left a lot of room for the Gearbox software PC port to kind of write itself into the fabric of Halo 1's history and become standardized across the internet as this is what Halo 1 looked like. This is what Halo 1 looked like. And then you go into the 2010s and, like, you know, people are booting up Halo CE on the PC so that they can record cutscenes at higher refresh rates and HD, you know, and upload those cutscenes to YouTube, not knowing that the graphics are not correct. Bungie, you know, even for, like, Microsoft and stuff, like, Bungie did not do a good job of organizing, like, you know, their materials for the Halo franchise. The launch version of Halo 1, I don't even think that they had the source for it, if I remember right. Like, there wasn't even the source for the launch version of Halo 1. But, like, the most recent build, I think, that they have saved is, like, a couple of weeks from the launch build. So the reason you keep seeing the Gearbox software PC port version of shit turn up is because it's like this fucking virus in history. Like, it was allowed to be the default look of Halo 1 for too long. So, unfortunately, like, we're going to be seeing that Gearbox software PC port version of Halo 1 probably till the day we die. It'll still be turning up in, like, fan drawings and stuff. Yeah. The shadow on the visor is missing. It is missing. No, it's still there. You can't see it on the stream, but it's just, like, not showing up correctly. Probably because of, you know, the way it's rendered and stuff like that. But wait, Halo Campaign Evolved is not a new franchise? There's other Halo games? Yes, believe it or not, there are. Yes, this is not the first Halo game in the Halo franchise. Yeah, but the way that you can combat this sickness that Randy released on Halo. No, even Gearbox. Like, the reason that the Gearbox software PC port is so fucking broken is because even Gearbox had to work with a very old, outdated version of Halo 1 that was a couple of weeks away from, like, finish, you know, final build. And even then, there were other bizarre shit that I didn't know back when I made that fucking video where I was poo-pooing all over a bunch of people who probably meant well and tried their hardest. There's also shit with the way that graphics cards worked back in the day. Believe it or not, once upon a time, console and PC hardware were competitive with one another. Like, there was some shit that consoles could do that PCs could have only dreamed of doing. And some of the shit that Halo 1 did on the original Xbox was literally not possible with a lot of tech at the time on PC. Like some of the techniques that it did for its shaders and stuff like that. So some stuff had to be intentionally broken so that the game could look presentable on PC and run well. Yeah. Yeah, but well, for stuck in as the Gearbox virus port was, it's also full of super cool Halo CE mods. Yeah, see, and the Gearbox software PC port of Halo 1, what it did for the art of Halo 1 and, like, you know, the environment's looking flatter because of lower quality shaders and lower quality textures and the bump maps not being there. Like, there was a shit ton of cool mods that we got out of it. Like, PC modding for Halo fucking rocked. Even if the graphics were worse than the original Xbox version. I wonder how many people argued about someone's artwork for using the Xbox Halo CE as a reference and complained it didn't look right when they used Gearbox as the definitive version of CE. Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, like, why'd you draw Captain Keyes like that? That's not what his uniform looks like. He's supposed to look like a Frankenstein monster. It's like, no, that's what he looked like pre-release. Is the Halo 2 Vista port much different than the Xbox version? Yes, it's pretty different. The battle rifle, SMG, carbine, plasma... Every weapon has different materials, slightly worse material shading. Due to the increased tick rate that boosted the game up to 60 FPS, that also had a side effect of making enemies react to you twice as fast. It made them more aggressive. They fired their weapons faster. They're just a lot more angry in Halo 2 Vista. That's why, you know, when the brutes come up, and for the first time and you get to fight them, those brutes are not supposed to fucking destroy you on legendary difficulty. They're not supposed to be that aggressive. It's because of the increased tick rate, and that's due to the Vista port. Same with Jackal Snipers. Jackal Snipers are not supposed to be as cracked out as they are in Halo 2 Vista. It's just because they can spot you twice as fast and fire their weapon twice as fast. Shading is downgraded. There's missing shadows on a lot of cutscenes. MCC, for what it's worth, actually did correct a lot of those problems. But there is still issues with the Halo 2... with MCC's version of Halo 2. Like, the increased tick rate. Enemies are still too aggressive. They fire their weapons too fast and they react too quickly to you. But... the Gearbox software beta Captain Keyes outfit always looked like pajamas to me. Yeah, it looks like he's got, like, really cozy pajamas in the Gearbox PC port. You know, as a side effect, he does look like Frankenstein's monster. but famously, the reason for some of the cells in Morrowind on Xbox taking a long time to load in is because the devs would reboot the Xbox silently between loads to capture as much power out of the console. Interesting. Is that true? Huh. I didn't know that. I know that Doom 3 for the Xbox, there was a memory leak that they couldn't prevent and they couldn't fix, so they built in a "your disk is dirty, clean it" thing to hide the fact that the game was fucking crashing. And it was unfixable. So everybody who played Doom 3 on the original Xbox, if you played it for too long, you'd get a "clean your disk is dirty" error, which would force you to, you know, reboot the game. You go clean your disk, put it back in. Ah, the game's fine. It's working, you know? But in actuality, the game was crashing. Lamau camps probably a little more. Oh, what's he? What was that conversation for? Okay. Yeah. Even in the online render in the wiki for Captain Keys, it's the beta Gearbox version and not the release. Oh, are you using Halo Wiki fandom? Don't use fandom Halo Wiki. Use Halopedia. I've thought about buying an OG Xbox to re-experience the game and refresh the memory of the experience. Would you say, disposable income aside, that would be worth it? I think so. I think so. What you will find is that the Master Chief Collection version of Halo CE feels very different from the original. You know that, like, floaty feeling? Like, obviously Halo CE feels floaty as shit. But it doesn't feel as floaty on the original Xbox. In fact, there's a lot of it that feels closer to Halo 2 in terms of momentum. The reason that it feels so fucking floaty on the Master Chief Collection is because there's an input delay. Not for your aiming. Like, you're aiming, you're looking around and stuff. Like, that all is snappy and responsive. But button inputs. For some reason, there's a slight input delay with your button inputs on the MCC version of Halo Combat Evolved. And it's not there on the original Xbox version. OG Xbox or 360? The 360, playing it on the 360, like the original Xbox version, pop that disc into your Xbox 360. That is a way to play Halo 1, but it is not the way I would recommend it because there are some bugs with the backwards compatibility stuff. Why is his face so tiny compared to his head? Me? My face is fine! What's your opinion on the random music choices for Campaign Evolved? They're not what I would have done, I guess. But also, Halo music is good, you know? I think that the original Halo was a little bit tighter with its music, because you literally had the guy, as he was composing the music, was helping with the levels and playtesting. So he was able to, like, obsessively make sure that the music was in sync with the level design. Where with this, the music's been done for decades, and other level designers changed the layout of the levels so they were able to place music in different places, and it's not as, you know, it's not as tightly designed, the musical experience, I think, as the original. But it's fine. I was talking about the Captain Key's head and face on Halopedia. Oh, okay, yes, I've noticed that. Yeah. Oh, Captain Keys. You're talking about Captain Keys, not me. Okay, yeah, his face is tiny, and his head's big. Dude's got a fucking weird head. If you could instantly fix one thing with Campaign Evolved, what would it be? I would add a fucking new graphics option that fell back to an older way of rendering things, whether it's baked lighting on the levels and stuff. That way, people can play it on lower spec machines and it still looks nice and runs well. That would be my immediate priority. Could the remake shotgun animations be a cutscene animation that was input? No. That's not how that works. No, the animations have to be done, like, the rig for animating in first person is, it kind of, like, exists in its own universe. Like, you will not share reload animations to a third-person model because it would look broken as shit. Would you want Halo 2 and Halo 3 remade in Unreal Engine? Oh, hell yeah. Are you kidding me? Guys, like, this is rough. Campaign Evolved. But it's a cool new way to play these original games. And if they're gonna take their fucking sweet-ass time making a new Halo game, sure. Bring on Halo 2. Bring on Halo 3. If anything, the developers that worked on this was probably a fucking learning experience for them. They probably learned a lot about what to do and what not to do. So I'd be willing to bet that the Halo 2 remake will be a lot tighter, a lot more focused, and probably a lot less buggy. You know, God willing. Say it louder for the guys with the 6 GB cards in the back. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. We can't leave our brothers behind. Guys, like, you have to sell your liver to be able to afford computer parts now. We gotta start. Okay. There is, I'm gonna get up on my stage now. I'm gonna get up on my stage and talk to the masses. We need to start utilizing old, outdated forms of art design to mask more primitive graphics. Arc Raiders, part of the reason that Arc Raiders looks so fucking good and runs so well, even though it's Unreal Engine 5, even though it's using ray tracing and stuff. The reason it looks that good is because they're using, like, things like fake shadows, like drawing shadows into the textures of things. Where, hey, maybe don't worry about it. The engine doesn't need to render a shadow on this thing. You know, or like that. I mean, obviously that's not how it works. I'm dumbing it down and oversimplifying it. But Arc Raiders does a lot of shit like that has been done since, you know, the N64 up to the Xbox One era. And then, you know, when ray tracing started coming along, a lot of that stuff could be done in real time. And you didn't need to, like, kind of fake shadows like that and fake bits of lighting. You could let the engine handle it. And it's cool. And it does actually save development time. But folk can't keep up with the hardware anymore. Like, hardware's too expensive, and I think in order to not leave folk behind, there does need to maybe be like a return of some of those old artistic techniques where it's like, yeah, you're literally, it's like Wile E. Coyote, like drawing a fake tunnel. We need to start doing some more of that shit so that games can run better and more people can play them. And I would like to see a post-release patch for this game that does bake a lot of the ray-traced lighting into the environment and falls back on some older lighting models so that folk on lower-end cards can play this game and it'll still look nice, you know?
Alert. Covenant dropship inbound. They must be looking for survivors. I recommend immediate
This Keys doesn't strike me as a badass. I almost wanted to check to make sure he remembered to take his Tuesday meds out of those little plastic things. He doesn't come across as geriatric. He seems like really fucking stressed. Like really stressed. In a way that the original Captain Keys did not. Like, here, watch. All I need to know is, did we lose them? Here, you want to see the original cutscene with Captain Keys? Here, I'll show you. So, we made a blind jump. How did they get here first? The Covenant ships have always been faster. Remember Keys in the remake. That way he's like looking around and he's frowning and you see those forehead lines, man. Dude's so stressed. And then look at how this one acts. And the way he sounds.
Cortana, all I need to know is, did we lose them?
I think we both know the answer to that. I think we both...
Cortana, all I need to know is, did we lose them?
I think we both know the answer to that.
We made a blind jump. How did they...
Get here first? The Covenant ships have always been faster. As for tracking us all the way from Reach, at light speed my maneuvering options were limited.
We were running dark, yes?
Until we decelerated, no one could have missed the hole we tore in subspace. They were waiting for us on the far side of the planet.
So, where do we stand?
Our fighters are mopping up the last of their recon picket now, nothing serious. But I've isolated approach signatures for multiple CCS-class battle groups. Make it 3 capital ships per group. And in about 90 seconds, they'll be all over us.
Well, that's it then. Bring the ship back up to Combat Alert Alpha.
Everyone, sir?
And Cortana. Let's give our old friends a warm welcome.
I've already begun.
There, do you hear how calm he is? And look at his body language. This is like one of the hero cutscenes of Halo 1, where it's very obvious they were allowed a little bit more time to make this one work. Well, Cortana is basically saying, sir, we're fucked. We're so fucked. The Covenant have a shit ton of ships, and they're going to be here in a minute and a half. Like, we're going to die. We're all going to die. They're going to kill us all. And look at Captain Keys' face while she's, and like him just like, you know, flicking some ash off his pipe.
Our fighters are mopping up
and
the last of
like,
the recon picket now,
right,
nothing serious.
Like
But I've isolated approach signatures for multiple CCS-class battle groups. Make it 3 capital ships per group. And in about 90 seconds, they'll be all over us.
Well, that's it then. Bring the ship back up to Combat Alert Alpha.
Everyone, sir?
And Cortana. Let's give our old friends a warm welcome.
I've already begun.
See how calm he is? He's not yelling. He doesn't look angry. He doesn't look stressed. Remember in the remake, he's like, I want everyone at their stations. Like, he looks like God damn, dude. He's accepted it. Like, he's like, all right, we're fucked. Let's go out fighting. You know, that's kind of like the approach that he's taken. Keys with his fidget pipe is adorable. Yeah, I love his little pipe. He's just an old-fashioned man, you know. Am I crazy thinking that the new Keys sounds like an anime character? Would you believe me if I told you that might be because the new Keys is voiced by an anime voice actor? No, the new Keys, his voice actor is actually good. In fact, I think he sounds like unsettlingly like Pete Stacker. He sounds a lot like Pete Stacker, but it's his voice director. Like, the goal of the director is to guide the voice actor to the right performance. Like that, the Captain Keyes in Campaign Evolved, he's got pipes that sound a hell of a lot like Pete Stacker's pipes. And if he had a better voice director, I bet we could have had a damn good Pete Stacker's impression. Doesn't he canonically not smoke? I think they added that later on in the series. What they had was this pipe is like a family heirloom of his, and he basically chews on it. Like he chews on it like when he's thinking. Like it helps him think just fidgeting with it. It is like a fidget spinner for him, this pipe. Here, we'll look at Captain Keyes.
Captain Keyes.
Good to see you, Master Chief. Things aren't going well. Cortana did her best, but we never really had a chance.
A dozen Covenant superior battleships against a single Halcyon-class cruiser. With those odds, I'm content with 3, make that 4 kills. Sleep well?
No thanks to your driving, yes.
So you did miss me.
Report!
It must have been one of their boarding parties. I guess an antimatter charge.
Control for the main cannon is offline!
Captain, the cannon was my last offensive option.
All right, then. I'm initiating Cold Protocol Article 2. We're abandoning the Autumn. That means you too, Cortana.
While you do what? Go down with the ship?
In a manner of speaking.
He's got
The object we found, I'm going to try and land the Autumn on it.
Last offensive option.
All right, then. I'm initiating Cold Protocol Article 2. We're abandoning the Autumn. That means you too, Cortana.
While you do what? Go down with the ship?
In a...
Look at that! He's got his pipe in his mouth as he says, in a manner of speaking. And then he takes it out and he says, that object, I'm going to land the Autumn on it. He's using the fucking pipe to point at the Halo ring.
Manner of speaking. The object we found, I'm going to try and land the Autumn on it.
With all due respect, sir, this war has enough dead heroes.
I appreciate your concern, Cortana, but it's not up to me. Protocol is clear. Destruction or capture of a shipboard AI is absolutely unacceptable, and that means you're leaving ship. Lock in a selection of emergency landing zones, upload them to my neural lace.
Aye, aye, sir.
Which is where you come in, Chief. Get Cortana off this ship. Keep her safe from the enemy. If they capture her, they'll learn everything. Force deployment, weapons research. Earth.
I understand.
The Autumn will continue evasive maneuvers until you initiate a landing sequence. Not that you'll listen.
And let's go over to Campaign Evolved. Like, he sounds like he's facing destruction with a smile.
Nice one, sir!
The Covenant's ships have always been faster. As for tracking us all the way from Reach, at light speed, my maneuvering options were limited.
This shot is great. That's good.
We were running dark, yes?
Until we decelerated, no one could have missed the hole we tore in slip space. They were waiting for us on the far side of the planet.
So, where do we stand?
Our fighters are mopping up the last of the recon picket now. Nothing serious. But I've isolated approach signatures for multiple CCS-class battle groups. Make it 3 capital ships per group. And in about 90 seconds, they'll be all over us.
Well, that's it then. Bring the ship back up to Combat Alert Alpha. I want everyone at their stations.
Everyone, sir?
Everyone. And Cortana.
Mm-hmm.
Let's give our old friends a warm welcome.
I've already begun. Our fighters are mopping up the last of the recon picket now. Nothing's...
This whole bit here, this is when she was telling him, like, how fucked they are, because the Covenant are catching up. In the original cutscene, this shot here is when it was zoom, like the camera was dollying in on his face as he was closing his eyes and just like dusting off his thing, like just listening to her, taking it in, like understanding and processing the situation. Because remember, you don't even see Cortana until he says, "And Cortana?" And she's like, "Yes," and then she appears, the reveal of the woman he's speaking to.
Serious. But I've isolated approach signatures for multiple CCS-class battle groups. Make it 3 capital ships per group. And in about 90 seconds, they'll be all over us.
You don't see what he's thinking about it. There's no characterizing here. You're not getting that glimpse into his perspective. Like, I know the original Xbox, you know, like the animations look goofy as hell, but there was intention behind that. And that intention is kind of like lost, unfortunately, with the new Keys. I don't think that they did a good job with Captain Keys in the remake.
Captain Keys?
Good to see you, Master Chief.
That's fine. That was a good delivery. That was a good delivery.
Things aren't going well. Cortana did her best, but we never really had a chance.
A dozen Covenant superior battleships against a single...
Bam! Fire control for the main cannon is offline!
Captain, the cannon was my last defensive option.
All right, then. I'm initiating Code Protocol Article 2. We're abandoning the Autumn. That means you too, Cortana.
While you do what? Go down with the ship?
In a manner of speaking, the object we found. I'm going to try to land the Autumn on it.
With all due respect, sir, this war has enough dead heroes.
I appreciate your concern, Cortana, but it's not up to me. The protocol is clear. Destruction or capture of a shipboard AI is absolutely unacceptable. And that means you're leaving ship.
Yeah. It's not right. It's not the... Is the old friends line referring to the Covenant in this? I could be wrong, but I swore it was a singular friend referring to Chief in the OG. It was not. It was always friends, but he is referring to Chief because there's subtext. It's the story within the story. What he is saying, there is a deeper meaning to it. He says, let's give our friends a warm welcome. The friends are the Covenant because they're about to catch up and fighting is about to start. But let's give our old friends a warm welcome. He's talking about Chief. He's saying thaw out Master Chief. You know, Master Chief is the warm welcome because he's right now cold and needs to be warmed up. That's the subtext. The cadence is so strange. Yeah, it is. He's like, the protocol is absolutely clear. Like, he seems so fucking stressed. And I get that, like, a captain would be stressed in a situation like that, but not Keys. Keys is, he's fucking built different, man. God damn it. I'm not going to hit my desk because my little dog is sleeping very peacefully. But I will do this and you'll understand what my intention was. Here, you guys want to see the edit that I was doing for that fucking cutscene? But then I am going to hop off after this. Blah, 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 blah. That's right, Faggy. Okay. So here we go. Unfortunately, all the dialogue got borked. So I need... It's going to be mute, but there's a couple of placeholder sound effects, but I have done my best to make the action not look as goofy. You can see right there, the grunt running away looked like hot shit in the original cutscene. So what I've done is I've sped this up and used speed ramps to kind of enhance some of the motion here. And I cut away from the grunt before he ran away. And what I did was, so that you don't see him blow up, but there still needs to be an explosion, I took this shot of Master Chief when he posts up here, and I slightly slowed it down and added a big bright flash. And off screen, you hear the grunt explode. So look, boom. Grunt starts running away. Boom. Did you see that? And there's the thing that I was telling you about that I wanted. I want the Prophet's eyes to be glowing, because I want him to look more exaggerated. So when his headset turns online, his eyes also come online. See that? Like he's augmented himself. You can see some of the glowing there on his eyes. I, sped some things up a little bit. Lingered on his angry face a little bit more. Had Chief... And I cut out Chief's dialogue. I cut out all his dialogue. Because you're right. Like, Chief shouldn't be like, I'm shutting you down, Prophet. Like, you dastardly hero. Like, we don't want to get there. So I have Chief quietly walking out. Like, have you enjoyed your stay, demon? And then Chief just comes from behind... And then, here's the fucking Covenant. Here's all of our boys. Aren't they cool? Here's all of our cool little Covenant. Those are the grunts. Here's the Jackal. Here's the Elite. And then, of course, the Brutes. What they lack in mind, they make up for in muscle. I know this fucking dialogue like the back of my hand. I got a reaction shot of Chief there that I took from... He's supposed to say, like, is that what you call it? But I cut that out, and I instead used this shot as, like, as he's describing the Brutes and what he's fucking done to them, you're zooming in on Chief, who's got his weapon trained at the Prophet. He's listening, ready to take the shot. My guidance. And then the Prophet gets out his little thing. This is unfortunately where I go off the rails and I ruin the intention of the shot and the intention of this scene. Because it's supposed to be a thing that calms the Brutes down so that they can think clearly and use their strength. What I do is I make it seem like he puts a fucking thing in the Brute that makes the Brute get cracked out. Are you no different, demon? See, and I'm making it glow brighter in the back because the Brute's about to go crazy. And then I haven't done it yet, but the Brute's eyes, I was gonna make it get brighter and brighter. And then, and he goes crazy. And then I did speed ramp stuff, to make the Brute's actions look a little bit more aggressive. But there we go. That's a re-edit of the scene that I was goofing off with a little bit. Yeah. Here, in fact, actually, I've accidentally got Premiere Pro edited or muted, so you guys couldn't hear anything. Here we go. Yeah, none of the dialogue, and then also the music choices. Here you can see the true beauty of the Covenant, the tenacity of the Grunt, the cunning of the Jackal, the Elites, and of course the Brutes. And then I have this track from Halo 1, because he's a scientist. So rather than like orchestral music from Halo 3, I want to have like beep boop beep boop beep, like science experimenty type stuff. Are you no different, demon? And I was gonna add like a like it's powering up. that's how I would have ended the cutscene. But I did ruin this though, because I got a little bit out of control, and I was like, I'm gonna fix everything. No, that device is not supposed to make the brute go fucking crazy. It's supposed to do the opposite. It's supposed to chill him out. So I've got to figure out how I de-escalate this build-up, because it's a good build-up. But, so hey, if that guy is still in here who said the cutscene would fucking suck, even if it was finished, that guy, he's eating his words right now. He's probably crying because of how wrong he was. Yeah. Yeah, there, see? They just like, you don't need to see the grunt explode. The animations already look awkward as shit. Just cut away from it, have him post up, boom, there's the flash. And you can see that I've sped up the action a little bit, cut away from the elite doing the, like the left-right. And it looks a little bit more natural, doesn't it? And then, chicking. The eyes light up with his harness. Like, this prophet's a psycho. He's augmented his body. See, adds a little bit more fun to this. Yeah, but cut to black with the monkey scream echoing. That was good. Yeah. Late Night Gaming making a ship post? No, not a ship post. Not a ship post, believe it or not. Me attempting to fix what I think is a cutscene in the Halo remake that has the most promise because of how silly it is. And with guidance. My guidance. That silliness can be controlled. Reshaped. That cutscene is brimming with potential, I'm telling you. I'm like a mad scientist now. And I want to bring that cutscene to life in the way it needs to be. If anybody in the Halo community wants to know me for one thing, it's I am the guy that thinks that cutscene can be saved. And that it has a good fucking idea in there. Yeah. Will you have the OG battle rifle sound effects? Depends, honestly. I'll probably use like the I'll use the sound effects from the game if I can find good sources for them. The problem right now is folk haven't really done like extractions of the audio from the game and like compiled them into you know, massive dumps. Big, massive dumps. So I'm waiting on that, but once I can get a hand on, like, you know, the game's files, like assault rifle firing 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, you know, then yeah, I'll you know, or battle rifle. Late Night was the true villain all along. Is there... I might be able to show you guys the dialogue, but if anybody here is Premiere Pro savvy, I have already ordered Premiere Pro to look at a specific folder for references. How do I get it to look into a... So all of these... Okay. I'm being a little bit of a bad boy. The sound effects were pulled from the pre-release version of this cutscene because it was just their dialogue that was available. Is there a way that I can order Premiere to look in a different folder to identify the source? Because if we can do that, these blued out like boxes, they'll be full of dialogue, and you'll be able to hear like what I've done to their voices and stuff, you know? Have you enjoyed your stay with us so far, demon? Yeah, I cut out the whole, like, I thought you of all creatures would appreciate such dedication to improvement. I cut that out because I'm like, okay, he's talking to Master Chief like he's Superman, you know? You up-pitched them? Like you made them inhale helium? No, I did not. He's not like, hello, demon.
I'm shutting you down, Prophet.
No, I didn't do that. I just, you know, like, sped up some of the dialogue, not in a chipmunky way. Tweak some of the lines here and there. Bro became the Minister of Harmony in the end. Yeah, I know. By the guys, within over the course of the next year, I'm going to start having really bad body posture, and I'm going to lose the ability to walk, which requires a wheelchair. Eventually, that wheelchair will start hovering. I'll start having problems seeing, and I'm going to need, like, cybernetic shit installed on my head. And within 3 years, I'm just going to be this guy. I will have transformed into the crazy scientist, Prophet. I love this character because there's so much potential that's unrealized. I almost want to, like, break into Halo Studios, the writer's room, and I'm like, let me write him. The editing is so much better, but I don't know if it will be enough to save the overall scene. It would make it much more enjoyable, though. Oh, yeah, no, there is... Oh, man. That's why I was like, dude, I'm going to fucking storyboard some shit. Because there is some stuff that just conceptually you can't work with, you know? Like, why are the fucking... Why is Johnson and Master Chief like, oh, no! A jackal, an elite, and 2 grunts! Quick! Seek cover! We're overwhelmed! Like, it should have been 4 of those big-ass hunter dudes, you know? You know, and there's just, like, the fucking Prophet coming in, and God, that fucking face he's doing, like... He's like, Yeah, no, there is some stuff that you can't fix, but the goal of the editor is not to fix the camera work and the blocking and everything. The role of the editor is to arrange all of the scenes in a way that tell a story. And these are the scenes that I have to work with. So I am doing, to the best of my ability, an edit that makes this scene an entertaining story to watch and not an embarrassing watch. You know? Can you not just change the audio settings in-game? No, I can do that. The problem is I had already started this edit. And you can see, like, look at the timeline. Look at all the little chops that I have, like all the cut up bits. Like, I was doing a lot of work with audio from that pre-release version of the cutscene. So I would have to restart all of my voice stuff if I were to do that. I just want to know how I can order Premiere Pro to look in this specific folder for the audio that it needs. Because I moved the audio around. See, I'm even now getting to the point oh my god. Do I do this? I think I'm going to do this. Okay. Well, I was waiting for my wife's meds, picking them up. I was in my car, and I was recording new takes for this, and I was like, maybe I could do this Prophet. So let's see here. Do I do this? Do I show this to you guys? Let me play it out loud. You guys are going to hear something fucking cringy. But we could end the stream with this if this is how you guys want to go out tonight. Because what I'm thinking of doing is I want to get somebody like Hidden Xperia, or like, you know, because Hidden Xperia is interested in voice acting. I want to get somebody who can ham it up while matching the body language of this guy. And I was trying to figure out what the voice is going to be, because I think Tim Didabo was not it for this voice. He's doing a bad Prophet of Truth impression. So I was in the car, bored, waiting on the meds, trying to figure out what I think his voice should sound like. Do you guys want to hear it? Oh, this should be good. Okay, hang on. Should I do it? Okay, here we go. Hang on. Let me make sure this is it. Here, let me... Okay, this is it. Okay, here we go.
Not impressed with our work here. Our work here is impressive, is it not? Here you bear witness to the genetic supremacy of our holy covenant. Here you bear witness to the genetic supremacy of our holy covenant. Here you bear witness to the genetic supremacy of our holy covenant. The persistence of the grunt. The instinct and cunning of the jackal. The elite, one of our most treasured instruments.
Yeah, so that's what I think I want him to sound like. And I gotta find somebody in the community that can like do that, you know, and like match that to like the animations for this cutscene. But I was sitting there in the car, like, you know, I probably looked like a fucking crazy person if anybody was walking by while I'm waiting for them to fill Rebecca's meds. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, are you not impressed with our work here, demon? Like yelling at my phone in the car. Oh my god. Whoa. Your prophet sounds like a villain from a Doom game. Oh my god. Do auditions in the Discord. Hell yeah. We're going to find a new Minister of Harmony. I love this character. Not because the character is good in game, but because all I see is potential. He's like clay. Like all you see is a pile of mud. What I see is clay, brimming with potential, waiting to be sculpted into something beautiful. This prophet is such a good idea for a character. He just needs to be shaped. Hey, if Twilight was written by a cat lady on a BlackBerry, the next Halo cutscene can be voiced by a madman in a parking lot. Oh my god. Were you doing gestures? Of course I was. Are you kidding me? Yeah, I was just ticulating wildly in the car. Hang on. Let me... Oh my god, here we go, here we go. Here's, have you enjoyed your stay with us so far, Demon? Okay.
Have you enjoyed your stay so far, Demon? Have you enjoyed your stay so far, Demon? Have you enjoyed your stay so far, Demon? Had you and your companion given word of your arrival, I would have arranged a tour. Had you and your companion given word of your arrival, I would have arranged a tour. I would have arranged a tour. I would have arranged a tour.
Yup. I'm telling you, man. Like, just hold your fire, my children. Have you enjoyed your stay so far, Demon? Had you and your companion given word of your arrival, I would have arranged a tour. And then the fucking face. Look at the face. Look at that. He's being silly, and then he hits him with this face. Like this, there's darkness there. And that's when you tone down the silliness. You're like, here you bear witness to the genetic superiority of our covenant. See, I'm like, look. Let me in. I'm like, the fucking, let me in. Like, to the writer's room and the director's room over at Halo Studios. I'm like, he has potential. I can save this character. Just let me the fuck in. Oh, my goodness. Arranged a tour. Oh my god. Their souls too hectic. Oh my god. Is it like Dark Souls 2, are you saying? Oh my goodness. Huh. Yeah, no, I was in that parking lot and I was gesticulating wildly. I was like screaming about the genetic superiority of the Covenant in my car to my phone. Oh my god. Yeah, so that's the kind of silly juice that I'm on lately. I got like a big fucking fixation on this cutscene because I think it is close to being a fucking awesome cutscene because they've got everything. They've got a fucking crazy mad scientist, prophet, evil lab experiments. The fucking brute is in like a Frankenstein costume. Like, dude, are you kidding me? This could be so fucking awesome. Oh, it's so close, and I want to fix it. I want to fucking save it and turn it into a mod that people can install when they play Campaign Evolved. Yeah. The genetic superiority of the inbred prophets. Yeah. The problem is I can't be too hammy because look at the facial animations. Like, he's not, like, just my guidance. Their rage can be controlled, reshaped. You know different? Demon. You can ham it up a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, but that's what I'm up to. That's the silly juice that I'm on lately. Is working on that fucking cutscene. Hacking away at it when I have some spare time. Trimming some weird shit. Looking at some of the weird camera angles and seeing if there's like a few frames that I can save from it, But, yep. Alrighty, everybody. Thank you for joining me. It is 2 in the morning. It's 2 in the morning. I need to get sleep. You guys rock. You guys are awesome. Sinister's random. I love you, buddy. VB378. Love you too. Isaiah, of course. Love you. Monty. Love you, man. Jack of her. Hoodie. Silver Productions. Of course. Pooping Pills. Of course. Qwertz. I wish they just remade the game. Only in Unreal without ever using an old version of Blam. Yeah. You know, but yeah, it's time for me to be late night, sleepy time, cuddly bear, snoozy pie, baby.